Hey, and we are live.
Hello.
Hey, everybody.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Hello to all of our internet friends and webcomic fans. As always, it's your friendly neighborhood dungeon biologist bringing you another steaming helping of Trash Heroes, the Dungeons & Dragons stream wherein we recount the epic adventures of this wildly improbable collection of horrible creatures we call the Trash Heroes. As always, our players are this wonderful group of talented internet cartoonists. As always, I encourage you highly to check out their links, which I'm going to point to by pointing the wrong direction for me. So you should all see this up in the upper right, and you will notice that this week we have a special guest. So please check out the links to his work as well. We have the internet cartoonist David Malky, creator of Wondermark.
Hello.
And so
welcome to all of you to my stream.
Indeed.
Nice to have you all.
The stream has been usurped. But as always, I will introduce the characters. Absent this week is our keeper of the vermin and defender of the trash heap, Fetid Quaggle. But
chomp, chomp, chomp.
He will be back, no fear, next game. Next, we have our larger-than-life pits fighting superstar, Ugna Sugar Tusks. And next up, our trickster cleric, rogue baker, and all-around party animal, Tromlin Darioles. Our all-natural Genasi swamp druid, Glorpa.
What plans this week? Hell, oh,
sad. Hold on.
Bad plant, happy plant. And last but not least, our sweet old grandpa, who's actually also an ancient warlock, Copernicus Sunshine. And I will reveal anon what our guest character is. So, as always, for those of you new to the stream, it's 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons with all the usual obnoxiously complicated house rules that you don't need to worry about. You will be able to follow along, no problem. And let me just bring everybody up to speed of where we left off. So when we last left our heroes, they had been separated from their responsible adult. Tromlin was had vanished into the mists and left the rest of you to get by, and you had made your way to the remote bandit camp of Shaylin Tark and her Night Slayers, and in fact had hit upon a ludicrous plan to infiltrate the camp. And so, just to remind you, you actually spent a hero point,
right?
And that was the last thing that happened to get into the camp and sort of hand wave all the rolls. So we have invisibility has been cast upon. It's yourself and 2 others, right?
It's me and 1 other, but then Fetid fell asleep in the backpack.
Right.
So Fetid is asleep in Ugna's backpack, conveniently going to sleep through all of this.
I seem to remember saying last time it would be funny if, like, the reason that he is not conscious for this is, like, Ugna forgets he's there and just turns around too fast at one point.
Oh, right, and whacks him.
Yeah, and he's just, and then doesn't realize it. So every time we go to look at him, we're like, oh, he's still sleeping, I don't know.
So currently, Glorpa has taken the form of a raven and used a spell to have, or used a potion to have the apparent red eyes, and has flown in to replace the demonic familiar that, if you will recall, you have destroyed and captured the spirit of in a tiny soul cage. And Copernicus and Ugna are invisibly penetrating this encampment. And so this is the moment at which Tromlin reappears out of the mists up on the hillside, following a little will-o'-the-wisp that you have asked to lead you to your friends. And so And so, Randy, you find yourself in the hills overlooking this valley with this big camp with a wooden palisade around it, guards everywhere. And you are, you had discussed with the group that you guys were going to head here at some point. This is clearly the encampment of the Night Slayers where Shaylin Park can be found. But there is no sign of your friends. What do you want to do? You still have your little will-o-wisp friend. Oh, I think you've muted
I think you're muted.
somewhere.
Yeah. I also note that Randy has a black token that he didn't have last week.
Correct.
So something has happened.
You'll have to find out why. What the heck happened to your sound, Randy? You were fine up until now.
Nothing.
It's probably like there a physical button on your. Are you using your phone or your headset? Or like
Headset.
an actual? Might have to. I might move on to somebody else for a bit while Randy is. Yeah, you're not muted on Discord. It's something to do with your headset itself or your input itself. We'll give Randy a minute here to figure out. Might have to change up
Or do a
his
restart
input
or something.
device. But in the meantime, this is a good point for me to start the poll. So we are going to start the game right off with a poll, audience. So I will ask the players to not look at the chat for the duration. And we will put up the poll now. And Alina, you might need to, I don't know if you need to put up an extra blank while Randy's rebooting. I don't know what that does to our cameras.
He'll be back soon enough, I think.
Yeah. I mean, he's the last one in the list, so it's probably, it just sets a couple of us off. Okay, the poll is now live. So audience, I will remind you all that you have about 10 minutes to vote in the poll. I think it's a 10-minute poll. Please vote and let us know which of these we are going to get some information about. And as always, you can vote extra times if you want to put some bits or anything into the vote. I will, for those of you who've been longtime viewers, we were trying to figure out, because Twitch tells us there's a way to give subscribers double vote, but we have not yet been able to figure out how to do that, and Twitch's
I sent them
help
a
service.
support ticket, and they basically sent me back a thing just saying, here is how to create a poll. And I was like, that is not at all what I sent you. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm starting to suspect that it's an option that used to exist that doesn't anymore.
Maybe?
And Twitch has just not taken it off of their help page that explains how to do polls.
Yeah.
So we may not be able to do that.
I hear Randy say
Randy's got audio now.
Oh, and Uncle R has joined
There we
us
go.
Hey.
in the chat.
Oh, yay!
So keep those votes a coming.
Let's see if
Okay.
you can hear me now.
Yep.
Yep.
You're all good.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to listen to children's cartoons and a child. It's just
It's quite all
going to
right.
happen.
Yep.
Alright. Whose turn is it?
You were just, I had just set you up where you're up on the hillside.
Yes, I'm in that part.
You see the camp, your friends aren't around, and you're trying to figure out what the heck has happened to them.
Well, I'm guessing they're hiding. Because will-o'-the-wisps are pretty good at finding people. They're probably here somewhere. Which means...
The will-o'-the-wisp has you thinking that they are down in the camp somewhere.
I guess I will go investigate and try to find them.
I like to think this is actually the will-o'-the-wisp we're hearing.
Yes,
That's
that's
a child's voice.
That's excellent.
Will-o'-the-wisp this week, voiced by Velma. No.
Well
Can
done.
you say hi, Velma?
Let's make an IMDb page.
Hi, Daddy.
Hi. Hi.
A creepy will-o-the-wisp.
Excuse you?
Daddy.
That's my creepy will-o-wisp. I had to give her dice to calm her down.
Good.
That works with me too.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Works with cats,
I'll
too.
give you a let's get a perception roll, Randy. Then, if you're gonna try and if you figure they're down there and you're trying to check it out and see what you can see.
Alright, I assume that's not one I have advantage on.
No, but you do have a decent roll. You got a +7.
Damn, okay, that's a 26.
Woohoo!
Nice.
Excellent.
Oh yeah, you guys missed my one actually well-placed roll 20. God damn.
There was a very, very useful natural 20 in Randy's little side scene. But you'll be explaining yourself, I'm guessing, to your friends when you find them again.
Yeah, it does say how to incorporate that black token I have now.
Right.
So you notice.
Yes.
I just got a message. Hang on a second. I'm just messaging the just mentioning to the chat that we're nearing the halfway point in the poll. I will also mention that if we do end up with a tie at all, we'll have to do like a dice roll or a tie cat, a tie break, just so that everybody knows. And yeah, the first thing you notice with that roll is the red-eyed raven. So you see a red-eyed raven perched on a sort of a kind of a tree, like a dead tree in the center of the camp.
Mm-hmm.
You also notice the will-o'-the-wisp, which is like buzzing around your head very, very insistently.
Excitedly.
Does the raven notice me?
I was wondering.
Actually, a good point. Do you want to try and do anything to attract its attention?
No! The fucking raven of the Raven Queen. Fuck that thing.
It's an evil
True.
raven.
Right. Do I
In which
see-
case, I'll have you roll a stealth.
$13.
Hey, Danielle, I'm going to get you to actually. This is probably more like a passive
Perception kind of thing.
perception, which is a passive perception of 15. So,
Randy, you might want to do like
Yeah.
a tap to talk situation.
oh yeah, you can switch yourself to push to talk, and you don't have to manually mute.
I don't know how to do that thing you're talking
You-
about. I'm old.
If you
mute in between talking.
if you go
Is it
down
getting
to
that louder than
the
everybody else is?
if you go down to the mute button at the bottom, and you right click on it, you can see you can switch yourself from voice activity to push to talk. And then you'll have the option to leave yourself unmuted. So we can't hear it now, so push your space bar.
And try talking.
Yep.
Yeah.
Huh.
Oh,
Yeah,
we,
yeah,
Oh, and now we
are we
can't
where
hear
we
you.
are again? Oh no.
Did we just ruin your
Uh-oh.
sound input?
yeah. Good job.
Good job,
guys.
Danielle. Good.
Switch
good.
it back. Switch it back to voice activity.
It's supposed to work.
Just switch it back to voice activity and then see if that works.
Yep,
Yeah,
got sound
now
back.
we can hear you again.
Cool.
I'm sorry, you'll just have to tolerate a child.
I mean,
Okay,
you
just
can
in between, you might want to mute
Yeah.
just because it was
No,
it's pretty loud on our
for
end.
you I will not.
All right, so just mentioning again, we're nearing the end of our poll. We're down to the last minute or so. And Danielle, when I left you, you were perched on this tree-like thing in the center of the camp, where the raven had been perched before, just kind of like preening your butt and otherwise enjoying being a raven. Aw.
Look at her short
A new-
hair. It's so
a
cute.
new-
Very
A new
cute.
player. A new player arrives. And as you're sort of just like hanging out here and waiting because you don't know where your friends are right now because they turned invisible and they're supposed to catch up with you because you just flew to the center of the camp, right? They actually have to sneak their way through to you. So as you're sort of looking around and watching for them, you notice up on the hillside a rather poorly hidden in the shadow of the rocks Tromlin.
Oh.
Probably doesn't help his hiding that there is like a glowing will-o'-the-wisp kind of buzzing around his head.
Right. Probably also doesn't want to see me fly directly into his face. Do I consider that though, or do I just fly directly into his face?
Well, just
I
as
think
you're
that I
thinking about
probably-
this,
Just wink your
just as you're
cloaca
thinking
at
about
him.
this, you're going to hear a whispered voice from
glow.
below as Ugna and Perny have made their way to the tree at the center of the camp. So you guys are at the
Right
foot
on.
of the tree and you sort of like whisper up.
Hey, hey, we're here. Hello.
Ka? Yes. I mean, Ka.
Good cover.
Thank you. I mean, oh. Just sticks her nose directly up her butt, just to show that it's still me, still that raven.
Good. Yep. Yep.
All right.
It's definitely
Pulls it
Glorpa.
out. Very good.
Subtle.
All right, I kind of just like towards where Tromlin is, so they can see where he is. Kind of
Can
do this
we
thing.
spot him?
Do we see him?
Yeah, if you're given, so you can make a perception roll. Well, actually, it depends. Do you want to? So you don't have the
Nope.
vantage point to see over the wall.
Yeah.
So
mean-
you would have to
he's over the
climb
wall
up the
still.
tree.
If I stood up, I'd probably be okay.
Yeah,
but I'm
you
like,
could,
I'm like
step
all
up on a
hunched
box.
down. Also,
How
I
big is this
rolled a
wall?
3, so I do not see a thing.
If someone tells Perny that Tromlin is there, he can write to Perny or to Tromlin silently. But someone just needs to tip Perny off, and I am.
You're there too. Like both of you were making your way to the center of the camp.
Yeah,
So
but I am low
you
to the
hear this
ground.
exchange.
Oh, okay, but no one has said Tromlin yet. No one has said that word.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it. What did you actually say to them?
Did I say anything?
Glorpa?
I said
I
Ka.
think you're just.
Just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Ka.
And then
I
you
think
like
you're,
looked,
nudging.
you like
and
looked
we're
over
nudging
at
to
it.
see what you're
Yeah.
nudging at.
You're like, hey, over there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? I don't. Invisible Ugna like stands up, looks around, and like.
Raven Glorpa has a twitch. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
So, can I speak as a raven or?
Yeah, we established before that I'll let you speak in your animal form, so you can
All
you
right.
can hiss at them
Uh,
under your breath or something.
Kind of just Ka, and also Tromlin. Ka. There.
I'm gonna write to
Kind of like a
Ugna.
budgie.
Ugna, can you pick me up? I need a boost.
I'll like invisibly grope around until I find
Yeah.
your head, and then like my hand like clutches over the top of your head a bit,
Yeah.
and then I'll
Perfect.
like lean down and like grab you by the
Don't
torso.
crush my bones.
You have this
Alright.
back and forth as you're furiously writing in your book without
Yeah.
being able to see it, so it comes through a little garbled because it's like, imagine if you're writing blind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not all the letters are perfect, so it comes through in Perny's voice, but it comes through like a little bit, work me up, and you're like, and then it's like little like to the next to the tree by the small branch, as you try and guide Ugna, you can feel the arm brush past you, and you're like, no, left, other left.
I accidentally
Like-
pick you up upside down, but like
That's
it's
fine.
fine because you're still tall enough.
Yeah. I had an 18 for perception. Can I
You
see?
indeed see
Yeah.
the will-o'-the-wisp up in the hill. But with that 18 perception, you are also going to notice that some of the guard Night Slayers at the gates have also noticed this will-o'-the-wisp up in the hill and are kind of starting to send a pair of scouts to investigate.
Okay. So I'm gonna write like get undercover now to Tromlin, and I'm gonna say we can see you are hiding inside the camp. Glorpa is a raven. The Raven. We killed the Raven. Not
Glorpa is a raven. We killed the raven.
I'm going to attempt to hide then. Stealth?
Yep, you can make a new stealth roll.
You see that, motherfucker?
Yeah!
Woo!
That way did it.
Oh my
A
That way
natural
did it.
20 that actually matters.
Plus 20.
Just 2 this week!
Nice.
You're
My
kidding. You can
goodness.
live it out
We had like what, 7 wasted one last time?
Yeah, my list is up. My list is at 8 so far.
For
Or,
my-
sorry, 9. We're at 9 natural 20s in the campaign that were completely superfluous and didn't matter.
As
My
I
option-
hide, I think. As I hide, I think to whisper its help and say if it would like to leave, I understand.
From my upside down vantage point, can I see if the front gates have been left unguarded when the guards went out?
They have not.
Okay.
The you can see, but remember when you guys first grabbed the Raven, they sent out some search parties because there was noise, and since then they have maintained a larger guard at the gate.
Mhm.
So there's probably about 6 guards hang out there, and 2 of them have gone up together to investigate. So there's still 4 guards at the gate.
Okay.
And Tromlin, you have quickly, you like clap your hands around the will-o'-the-wisp so it can't be seen and dive into some bushes and hide very, very effectively with your natural 20 roll. So now that the poll is completed, so you guys are safe to go back into the chat if you wish.
Cool.
This is so as Copernicus has like been writing back and forth here with Tromlin, and Tromlin disappears into the bushes again. Glorpa kind of settles down on the branch to like fluff out the feathers. It's very, very comfortable to be a bird. And in fact, you kind of doze off. And we can have the results of this poll immediately.
Oh, good.
Um,
God.
as Glorpa has a new vision.
Oh no.
Oh, dear.
Oh, okay.
That's never worrying.
So you settle down and close your little birdie eyes, and you start to have a little dream, as you often do. And your dream is like an action movie. So your dream starts off, and you see a crazy airship, like a cross between like a boat and a dirigible.
That last word you just used.
Like a blimp.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
And it is basically, it's like the opening sequence of like, I don't even know what movie, like Falcon the Winter Soldier, lots of movies, like an air fight, as some of the black raven spirits that you remember from before, the Vildarivin, as Copernicus told you they were called, are a pair of them are harassing this airship and forcing it to the ground as it fires various strange weapons back at these spirit creatures. And in your vision, you see the airship being forced down into the hills. You recognize the hills. It's these hills. It's the hills of the icy wastes near Stormhill. And your vision kind of cuts ahead. It's not all real time, and you'll see the spirit things. One of them has been destroyed or taken out, and the other one is badly injured. But it manages to get past all of these weapons and sweep a figure off the deck of this ship and onto the ground below. And then you see members of this very tribe that you guys are in the camp of, the Night Slayers, on the ground with their weapons surrounding this figure. It's a very unusual figure. It looks like a turtle of some sort. You've seen a few turtles before, but this
my.
turtle has like what looks like a mechanical shell in the glimpse that you get before it gets completely piled on by these tribal warriors. And then your vision cuts again, and you see what it feels like a bunch of time has passed as members of this tribe are attempting to climb up the ropes and get onto the ship, and are variously being thwarted by crazy traps and mechanical things that pop up over the sides and like dump hot oil on them, or like suddenly cut a rope, or some ballast like lands on someone's head, and just otherwise comically preventing them from getting on board the ship. And in the last part of your vision, you see like a prison. It's like a tent, but inside the tent is a prisoner, and it's this turtle wrapped in chains as a member of this tribe, a wicked-looking man with scarred face, holding a knife, testing it with his thumb, clearly intending to interrogate or otherwise get information out of this turtle. And you realize that this is happening now, not far from you, as you sort of start awake.
Well, that sucks. All right. Huh. Will I have ever seen that? Like, do I have any familiarity with that airship? Or who it
No,
would
I mean
belong to?
you've probably never seen anything like an airship. Like, you're still pretty newly out of the swamp, right? You're like,
Yeah, that was
wow,
weird shit.
wow, flying boats. You've seen
A
boats
fat
like on the
bird
river.
with no beak or face. Yeah, because it was floating, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I went the other direction, I guess. Fat bird. All right.
And as you
Well,
start awake, you look around, you see the tent in question is the
oh,
tent
okay, that's convenient.
basically right next to the tree where you're perched.
Oh shit! All right, I yell "Caw!" and just swoop down for a look-see. Is there like a window that I can see through if I swoop down past it?
Yeah, there's a flap that's kind of closed, but there's a couple of guards next to it, and it's just a flap of canvas. As you fly down towards it, the guards like both kind of like step back, like, ooh.
Ugh.
They are apparently familiar with this raven that you were
Okay.
impersonating.
They seem scared of me.
Yeah, they definitely seem to like not want to be too
Sweet.
close to you.
I like that. All right. Do I see anything when I swoop by?
You want to go
On
right
the
in
inside of
because
it?
you'll have to like push your way
Oh,
past this
sure.
flap. So Copernicus and Ugna, you can see this happening. You see Glorpa Raven squawks and flies down to the flap of this tent and pushes her way in. You also notice the guards kind of stepping back, like they're like, ugh, and not doing anything to interfere with the raven.
Cool.
So yeah, you push your way past the flap. You're just kind of like clinging to the side of the canvas and like pushing your head around the flap. And you indeed see what you saw in your vision. There's this mechanical shell turtle man. And now I will switch over to our guest. So Dave, you were in the process of traveling in your ship over the icy wastes to the city of Ravenfall. You had some cargo that you were commissioned to take there. You've just been very recently in the town of Stormhill, and a merchant Loxodon, who are the elephant people, this big bombastic merchant, hired you to take his cargo because he said the roads weren't safe. And you said, well, the skies are fine. I can handle this and take the cargo. And as you were passing over the hills, these crazy fey things, these like shadow spirits, like big crosses between wolves and ravens that fly, came and attacked your ship and forced you to the ground, and you got attacked by these crazy hill people who have been demanding that you give them your ship and your cargo, which because they're bandits basically. They're saying, you know, we'll let you free and you can have your life if you give us your goods. And so far you've been not cool with this idea. Your ship is kind of, the cargo, sure, you lose your commission or whatever, but like not so cool about your ship.
The ship is still up there, right?
So your ship is
Or the
actually
ship is defending itself.
yeah. So you basically the last thing you were able to do is shout to your little robot companion, your homunculus creature, to man the defenses. And from what you gather from your interrogator, they are very frustrated because they have still not been able to get onto the ship. It's basically hovering like a few feet off the ground, and they can't get in.
Those defenses are ironclad. Is my impression that they want just the ship, and everything because they're have a piracy motive, or that they are after this cargo in particular?
They seem to be like, probably the ship is more valuable than the cargo to them. They seem to be just generally like, strip it for parts. Like they're very mercenary.
The parts are more valuable put together. This is the thing they don't realize. These metals are smelted in the far off forges of misty mountains and so on. And yes, you can melt them down to retrieve their base components. However, you will never understand their interlocking nature. Their interlocking nature is what makes them more than simple bare minerals. Their interlocking nature is what makes them something akin to, but separate from, magic itself.
They're very.
I understand their insistence. Believe me, I also like this ship. It is also a thing I want, which is why I have it, and you may not have it. However, here I am in this tent. This tent is surprisingly confining. I would think with my many skills that my confinement would be short-lived. But what is it about it that keeps me so bound?
Well, in actual fact, you if you want, like, so they've wrapped chains around you. Not realizing that with your armor you can basically just completely free yourself at any moment.
Right. There are many things I can do.
Really, the only thing that's keeping you here is these men with their pointy objects, and the general threat that they may put those pointy objects into your body.
This is a classic scheme. These are not the first beings to try and take over this cargo, and I have a very crafty plan. Shall I reveal it to anyone? Perhaps not yet. Because, yes, I could free myself, presumably with my many powers and skills. Yes, I could return to my ship awaiting me and sail some other direction. My mechanical companion, Blurney, its name, is ably manning the many defenses of the vehicle and will welcome me back with open mechanical talons. However, I am curious to know, is there something more devious afoot? Shall I go along with the ruse of my capture in order to learn, is there a greater threat I might yet eliminate?
Are you monologuing all of this out loud in front of them?
I hope so.
Absolutely.
I hope
Absolutely. I don't know. I assume they don't speak my language, but I may be unpleasantly surprised to realize that they are hearing my plan out loud.
I mean, are you you can choose. Are you monologuing in common?
Yes.
You also speak bestial and southern.
I secretly do want to be understood.
I'm not even going to make you roll any kind of perception. You notice, since you're facing the door, and the captor's back is to it, you notice a raven with red eyes has poked its head in through the tent flap and is watching this exchange.
This is
I
not the
will.
first time I have been perceived by a beast.
It's
I think
true.
nothing of it.
I will
Glorpa kinda-
add. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Do birds have tongues?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Glorpa does the closest thing she can to very slowly licking her lips, just to be creepy, just to identify herself as
That bird's gonna
maybe
eat
something
ya.
other than a raven.
This raven with glowing red eyes is licking its beak at you.
I'm not considering what it might sound like or look like.
It
Just
makes me wonder if this bird wishes to eat me. We'll have a hard time of it. I will say that.
a small beak.
Very small beak. I am quite large and gamey, you will find. Should you make the attempt, you will not find it a simple matter.
I will actually, in response to your monologuing, it occurs to you that if these were simple bandits that brought you down, that's one thing. But the magic that they used, whatever these crazy, like terrifying shadow spirits that they summoned to do the job, it seems very not in keeping with we're a bunch of barbarians with swords in the hills.
I would agree.
So there's definitely something more
A more
sinister.
powerful force at work, indeed. And should this be a growing threat, it perhaps is to my advantage to nip it in the bud. It's a saying from my language that translates into common as "eat it in the ass."
Good.
Um,
I'm
I'm
going to
here
assume
to eat you in
anything.
the ass is what I say very loudly.
I'm going to assume that you don't have none of this is ever going to be Dave Malky speaking as Dave Malky about his character. I'm assuming everything you say
Yes.
for the rest of the session is all said aloud by your character.
Correct.
This person has no inner monologue, only the exterior, only the
only
outer.
the outer
Lane,
monologue.
can we hear this, or is this it's sort of muffled
Yeah.
because it's in the tent?
So you saw Glorpa, you were watching Glorpa and watched her fly down
Peek
and like
into the
stick her
tent.
face through the tent.
Yeah.
And the guards have kind of pulled, like taken a big step away in either direction. The guards on either side of the tent flap.
Cool.
So you can like come, you can get right up there and listen if you want to.
I'm gonna creep up, but also
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep an eye out for these two guards are here on this tent. Are there other people around that could see us if we bash these two guards on the head? Say, theoretically.
There's other people around. Mostly the other people who are around are kind of steering clear of this tent. The one person was around like very recently here was Shaylin Tark herself. Remember, you saw
Right.
her near this tent. For all you know, she's inside right now.
Right. I mean, I
unless you get a look.
assume that Ugna would think that's who's inside the tent until she gets close enough to hear this turtle.
You definitely, the turtle is not quiet. So
No.
when you get to
Not
the,
at all!
No. Ah,
so you, and it's just a tent flap. It's not like
Yeah.
particularly soundproofed. So I'm just going to quickly jump back over to Randy. So Randy, you had received this message in your head, as usual, to get to cover immediately, and that you were also informed that Glorpa is the Raven, which doesn't, you're like, what do you mean that we've seen this Raven before? But of course, Glorpa can turn into animals, and you're like, sneaky. And you also, I believe the other part of the message was that that the others were in the camp, were in hiding within the camp. So what do you want to do to try and get yourself back in with your buddies?
Could I Misty Step my way in?
You could, but the range on Misty Step is not great. You'd want to sneak near the edges of the camp, and then Misty Step your way in.
ooh.
With that natural 20 on stealth, I am 100% willing to say that you can slip past the guards that came out to search, and get close enough to do that. But then once you appear, you'll just be in the camp.
That's a problem.
I am also
Uh,
remembering a
Stealth
plan that we
dependent.
had. Ugna was, because I lifted you up so you could look at Tromlin, right?
Yeah.
I would be like, did you see him?
Oh, I'm gonna write down yes.
You hear it in your head say,
Okay.
yes.
I think really hard in my head. Be like, weren't we gonna get the girlfriend? Tromlin was gonna dress up like a girl.
Yes.
Trauma blinks. I what?
They're like,
Oh,
maybe
do we
tell
have
him the
Fernie
plan.
right now?
Tell him the plan.
Yeah, if you want, you can just relay this to Tromlin.
Hi, Tromlin.
For Dave's purposes, so that you know what's going on. The Copernicus, the Warlock, has a weighty tome of magic, and anyone who has signed the book, Perny can write in the book and have those words appear in their mind, and then have
It's
them
not
respond.
creepy at all.
And so all of these words that come from Copernicus are transmitted through the book, and it's like this horrifying, disembodied evil voice in their heads, which they apparently are all just used to now.
It's fine.
Yes.
So yeah, we can just say you're you can just transfer those words onto Tromlin so that Tromlin hears what's going on.
Fill him in on the plan of like, so.
So, my dearest Grand Neptune, we require your aid in pretending to be a barmaid we've never met to seduce Shaylin Tark, who we've never met, so that we can get close enough to see if she can be persuaded from her current course of action. With love, Grand Funkle Perny. Yes. Perhaps first, you should disguise yourself as a bandit. We will be waiting near the tent, near the tree in the middle of camp.
Didn't we have a drawing of what this barmaid looked like?
Hope that you are well.
Granddad, how can I disguise myself as a specific person I have never met?
I have done an artist's impression based on descriptions from people who have not seen her in 10 years. This plan is flawless.
It's 5 years. It was 5 years.
5 years. But it was also a very good drawing, we think. You said that you fax it into his brain,
I
right?
don't trust for goddamn anything. I just don't.
However,
trust it.
we are lurking outside a tent, and we may have discovered a side quest. All caps.
Alright, so apparently I need to disguise myself as one of the bandits somehow.
This is a pretty decent plan if you want to Misty Step into the camp, but use your disguise tattoo to take the shape. Remember, these Night Slayers are practically uniform, right? They all have the tattoo. They all have a very specific look, and you've seen quite a few of them up close. So if
do I
you
know
want
what
to
this woman
become,
looks like?
you don't know what this woman looks like, but you could definitely take the form of just one of the bandits.
Alright, I'll do that then. I'll Misty Step in and take on a bandit form.
So with that natural 20 stealth roll, you manage to slip past the guards down to like the side of the encampment, away from the gate, knowing that with Misty Step you can just pass that fence without any difficulties. So you do so, and once again you invoke your magical tattoo, which spreads over your body and takes the form of a Night Slayer. You've actually done this before. You took on the form of that one Night Slayer when you were interrogating them.
I would prefer not to look like him specifically again.
No, he was like a leader of some sort, but you find it pretty easy to put together a quick disguise. I'm going to get you to make a roll for me. Oops, that's Copernicus. He has very different stats. I'm going to get you to roll me a deception or a performance.
See which is better.
Your deception is better.
Yeah, I'm going to try to deceive. $25.
Oh, excellent. So that the plus 10 helps goes a long way.
Yes, the plus 10 is a nice little thing.
Okay, so you misty step from your spot outside the gate. You kind of peek in one of the little gaps between the logs and poof yourself to the inside of the camp and take this disguise. And then you go to great lengths to not run into too many other people as you kind of like you put on an air that you are going somewhere, that you've been ordered to go to. Like I have business and I'm going over here and there's nothing remotely suspicious about this. And you make your way towards the tent at the center of the camp. Okay, so meanwhile, while that's happening, Ugna and Copernicus, you're outside the tent listening to this turtle man ranting, and Glorpa, you are still, butt sticking out, but your head inside the tent flap. And the interrogator, losing some patience, goes, "Listen, merchant, you will give up to us the means, the secrets of getting into this ship. If you do not, you will be killed and we will figure it out anyway." Are you laughing?
Not the first to say some such thing to me. You presumably will be the last if my life improves from this point, as I hope it will, because this is tiresome. So, I shall give you a counter offer, as I am a man of fair play and trade. And a normal man I am, as you can see. Just normal human man. Human man as a normal man. So, if you tell me what the devil is going on here, why you want... surely, an intelligent being such as you cannot want a marvel such as my airship, strictly for... You would turn it in a big circle and then drill it into the ground before you ever manage to get one stick of merchandise off of it. And I'll tell you why. It's very difficult to fly. Very difficult. Requires incredible training and skill. It's worthless to you if you kill me. But you are worthless to me now. So, what do you have to offer me to prevent me from bursting these chains, leveling this place, and returning to my merry way?
So Perny's gonna start writing. I like the turtle. Can we spring him? I like him a lot.
We keep him.
Can we keep him?
I'm thinking really hard at you, being like, I could take the one on the left if you take the one on the right.
Yeah, this is a great plan, and I'm writing to everybody. This is Perny is a classic grandpa replying all. Yeah, I could do the one on the right. This is great. He's a snapping turtle.
So while this exchange is happening, the interrogator says, "You are in no position to bargain, old man thing."
I'm not old. I'm not that old. I'm at 825. It's not that old.
Perny might actually like. Oh no, he's not visible, so never mind. But he's paying very much attention.
Human men can be like 800. It's fine.
Please, I interrupted you. Please go on with your threat.
Love him.
He's going to attempt to take a hold of one shoulder / arm, and like bring his knife to like to like your face, like basically to your head area. You have the option as a turtle of basically retreating into your shell.
I've got no interest in retreating. This person does not scare me. Let me be clear. I'm saying this aloud. This person does not scare me. I've got, and I'm like thinking out loud. I'm like rolling through my inventory. I've got all these spells I can do. I can do grease. I've got that in my. What should I fling you about? Shall I start to fly? Did you know I can fly? I've got magic coming out my shell.
You're in no position to threaten me.
How far is this tent from the outside of camp? Like from the closest wall?
This is near the dead center.
Right.
But how many feet? How many feet exactly?
I'm trying to remember if I gave you guys a size of the camp. I don't think I did, so I'm just going to say it's probably about probably 50 yards, maybe, or this whole camp might be 100 yards across.
Okay.
When the
Okay.
warlock asks how many feet exactly.
So
You know, actually, that's a little big. This was a sizable camp, but that would make it the size of a whole football field. Actually, no, that's about right. Yeah, I'm going to do
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
100 yards across. So
okay.
you're 50 yards from the fences.
All right,
Or
50 yards
the
in
palisade.
feet. How many is that? 90.
Three
Perfect.
times.
Yes, that is
No,
exactly 1
50 yards
thunder
is 50 yards is 150 feet. I'm afraid.
Okay, so Perny's gonna say, I think I can grab him and do a prank to get out of the camp. But maybe you want to get out now, so that because when I do this prank, I will become visible, and so will Ugna. So
I mean, I
If you
was
can
just
all-
gonna grab the bad guys and smash their heads together, and then we could sneak into the tent.
because I think I can sneak in and just carry him straight out to the outer wall.
That
Just like that.
you wouldn't have the range to get out of the camp completely.
I would with my ring of sorcery.
Oh,
Ooh.
right, because you can extend the range.
Yeah, so I can go
Excellent.
180 feet, and it's almost exact. So the range is 90 feet. I can double it to 180, and if the camp is almost exactly 90, which is 50 yards, I think I can teleport us up a hill, basically.
What about finding
fi-
Shaylin?
No, but 50 yards is 150 feet.
I have.
But still, you got 180. You're still good.
Okay. Oh yeah, I put in 30, not 50. Oops. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 150. Yeah. Okay. So I think I can. I can just get us to the far edge of camp, and then we can scurry into the hills for a bit. If we get Turtle Man and his magical contraption ship, surely we can use this to get Shaylin. I think it is in both a moral and strategic imperative that we rescue the Turtle Man. Sincerely, Perny.
So you've shared this information through your book. Several things are going to occur. First of all, the interrogator, who is getting very frustrated with his attempts to interrogate this insane turtle man, is going to shout for the guards, who both very reluctantly look at the raven in their way, and then kind of try to duck so that they can go through the lower part of the flap underneath the raven without disturbing it.
Can I sneak in with them while they're coming in and making noise?
You can attempt to, but the other things that occur is that another Night Slayer guard appears around the corner of the tent, walking your way, which only one person realizes, and that's you, Randy, is actually Tromlin, because the others haven't seen your disguise yet. And from the other direction, Shaylin Tark appears.
Oh no!
Oh, good.
So all
oh,
of
good.
this happens at once.
Oh.
None of you could see this, but Ugna was going to grab the two guards that went away, and now looks over, sees another guard, and is ready to punch. But then also Shaylin is there, and so her fists just get stuck. She's just too many. I can't punch all of them.
Now, did you want to try and slip in after the guards?
Yeah, I think I do. Yeah.
I will allow that if you will just roll me. What is an appropriate roll here? I think this is going to be an acrobatics.
Perfect. We're no bonus. We're raw dogging it.
And then I'll also need a stealth from you, but that will be a much easier roll.
Yeah. All right. Acrobatics. Just checking before I roll if I have any inspiration.
I am
No,
pretty
don't.
sure
We
that
got
old
nothing.
humans are very good at acrobatics.
Yes. Notoriously so. There we go. No safety nets whatsoever. 12.
Well, I am going to roll a chance to. Okay, so you have rolled sufficiently to follow on their heels, and now I'll get you to roll a stealth, and this is just straight up with your stealth bonus, not your shadows, because this is just about making noise. You're invisible, right? You're not being seen. It's just a question of whether you are heard.
I don't know if it's visible. No, it's not.
That's a
That's
one.
a nat one.
That's a
That's
one.
a nat one.
Oh, gee.
And we got no inspiration. We got nothing. I'm not gonna black token it because this is basically the detonation of a black token.
Yep.
Can I give an inspiration?
You can. We established last time that you can
Oh.
spend 2 inspirations to give one of your companions a roll, and Tromlin has 2 inspirations.
I really just want this to not be a complete utter clusterfuck.
I don't see any way this plays out that's not that, personally.
I mean,
Do you guys think I should? I mean, I might need this later. Like,
I think
yeah, it's
I was
true.
gonna say you might want to hold off.
Yeah, my plan
I
is
think
now
you'll have
like
plenty of fuck ups.
grab Shaylin and run. I don't know.
okay, never mind. I'm not doing anything.
Funny.
So, so Copernicus kind of tries to like slip in behind the legs of the these 2 crouching guards, and in doing so, you manage to make it through without like tripping or bashing into anybody. But you don't do it quietly. You crunch through the gravel and kind of like flop to the side and make like an old man grunt as you fall over. It's sort of like and it escapes you whether you like it or not. I'm gonna roll. No, that's actually so. No, everybody definitely hears that and is like, "What the heck was that?"
What was that?
So David, you like these 2 guards come through the flap, ducking to get under the Raven for some reason. You don't know if like the Raven is important somehow.
Too hot. Intimidating.
And the but as they do so, you hear like this thump and grunt in the dirt of the floor behind them, and they both kind of
Recognize that
turn
sound.
and look.
That's an old person. I know that sound
Hey.
anywhere. Wait a minute. There's all these strange creatures that have captured me, but also old people. Something is afoot in this camp. These things are not what they seem. I'm saying this aloud.
So Ugna and oh, awesome.
yeah.
I don't know if you saw that one, but
Very nice.
What is it?
excellent. Just a
Drew
drawing.
Monkey's
Oh,
character.
hell yeah. I gotta
That's
see
what
this.
it is. Yeah.
Very nice.
Oh, speaking of which, Alina, you didn't update the overlay now that we have
Oh, right. Right.
have discovered.
We'll get the new one up here.
While we're in meta, I have one comment, which is that I can't see or hear Randy. I assume you all can.
Oh,
I'm not sure why. Like,
Oh.
he's in like I have like a loading animation on his square.
Oh,
I have
weird.
For like the whole time.
Yeah, that might be a connection thing on your end because Randy did leave and come back.
Let me hop out and hop right back in then.
Sure.
Yeah, there's Randy. Okay. He's
He's
on.
turning the camera back on.
This is a good time for me to remind the stream audience that as our players run out of inspirations, that it is always in your power to cheer using bits and such for our players. And I think right now we're at about 2/3 of the way to everybody getting another inspiration.
I have another meta question, if that's all right, Lane.
Yep.
And that is, so I got this whole character sheet with all kinds of great things I can do, but I'm also not the protagonist of this story. So am I? Should I be like taking actions to like
You-
move
you
things
are-
along here? Or,
you are-
Am I?
You are
am
one
I
of the
waiting?
protagonists
For tonight, yeah.
As far as this goes. Tonight you join the protagonists.
All right, good to know.
Frankly, you're the guest, so it's exciting to let you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
this is your
I
one
mean,
chance.
This is your
to
one and only
shine,
chance to
so-
shine. So go hard.
Because I know what I want to do, but you tell me when it's my turn to decide what to do here.
It sounds like we're very soon going to get to a
I'm just gonna,
combat
quickly
situation.
sort of establish what's going on outside the tent here, and then come back in, and then you can let me know what you want to do. So outside the tent, Ugna, you're still standing invisibly in indecision, as Tromlin, as a guard walks directly towards you, and the opening of the tent, and Shaylin Tark strolls over to the tree, like she's looking for something.
Right. So I have 2 targets within reach.
Yeah. And Randy, you don't see Ugna, but this is the place you were told. You see Shaylin, and this is the place that you were told to come by Copernicus. And I'll remind you, since he has recently communicated with you, you can respond to him in your thoughts if you want to contact him back.
I contact him. I am disguised as a guard. I see Shaylin. Where the hell is everyone else?
I don't know because they're invisible. I am in the tent. I think that I am going to save the turtle man. People are looking at me.
Can I roll some kind
Peter?
of luck roll?
Well, actually, in fact, Peter, so when you fell on the ground, you are basically in the tent flap door area, the threshold. So you can actually easily peek out and see Tromlin.
Oh, okay.
Without, like, you're basically in the tent, but you can still see back out where you just came from. Since Tromlin has just identified himself to you, you do see him. You see the guard that is him. If you want to, I know you originally had this plan where you had shared, or so you had detected thoughts on the people who knew Rosie. That was the name, right? Was
Rosie,
Rosie?
yeah.
I think I've drawn. I think I have a drawing of her on me that I did based on the thoughts and impressions or whatever. And it's pretty good. We all agreed.
I would
Tattooed on you, yeah.
allow you. So you just and Alina, you'll need to update this. Everybody just got another inspiration.
Yay! Thank you, chat. We really need it.
Thank you.
Ah,
A hype train started.
Hype train.
And the bits just came flying. So I'm not sure how we reset that thing.
I can
it's actually at 136%.
do it on my end. Oh wow.
But in the meantime, you can give everyone an inspiration.
Heck
And
yeah.
I will say right now,
Let it
for Peter's
rain.
sake, if some inspirations get spent here, I would allow you to communicate your drawing, your images of Rosie to Tromlin.
does it come in like an ASCII drawing?
Yeah.
Does he just see it, or is it?
I'm thinking
Low
more along the
pixels.
lines of a cast of detect thoughts and just basically project the thought. You can see Tromlin.
Yeah. Now, I think that would reveal my invisibility if I cast anything.
No, I don't think so. I think you can cast
Well, look at
spells
this.
while invisible.
Oh, as long as,
Double
as long as
check.
I'm not attacking. I think as long as I'm not attacking, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you damage somebody with a spell, you would lose your invisibility. I'm just going to double check that I've got that right.
So if I give up the inspiration and
no.
my ability to thunder step out of here with my turtle friend, which
Oh, right, because it'd be a spell.
Right.
yeah, I
know
might
what?
instead try and slip him the paper. Now that I've drawn attention to myself sneaking in, maybe I'll sneak back out and just try and hand him the paper and like scribble on it like, you are Rosie, you are Shaylin Tark's ex-lover, barmaid. You left to go take care of your mom in the south. and scene.
I think I'm gonna make a counter offer because the thing is, disguising himself convincingly as a person from a drawing is not gonna be very easy. But I think if you are
I
willing
am
to
not
take a
taking
black
a
token,
third. No, I'm not,
not you,
taking a
not
third.
you.
Oh,
Peter, I will let you cast that spell without using your regular slot.
Ooh.
Okay, for a black token and an inspiration.
Yeah. And you'll
Okay.
be able to cast a spell, not break your invisibility, and give the image to Tromlin that you had taken from the mind of that other person.
Oh.
Okay, I will take that deal.
Black token.
All right.
And I'm going to
Enabled.
quickly write what I had said I would write on the paper. Instead, I'll send that as message as set up for Tromlin.
Directly to his brain.
Yeah.
So
can
Tromlin,
you repeat it since I had a child in my ear when you said it
Yep.
initially?
so Tromlin, and that's just for the black token, by the way, Peter. You don't have to spend the inspiration you just got as well.
Oh yay! I get to keep my tiny little protection against the horrible thing that's coming for me. Perfect.
So Randy, two things happen. One, you hear the voice in your head from Copernicus writing again, and I believe what you said was that the gist is this person, and you have an image in your mind of a person, and it's a barmaid from the tavern in Stormhill. And Pernie's voice says, "This person is Rosie. She was Shaylin Tark's girlfriend. You can distract or whatever Shaylin Tark by disguising yourself."
And yeah, you went south to take care of your mom 5 years ago. I'm gonna Cyrano de Bergerac this with demon voices in your brain as you try to. This is gonna be great. This can't go poorly at all.
So should I do a disguise check?
Absolutely.
Would that
So
be
you
deception?
duck below a crate or something, or duck behind the edge of the tent, and you can change yourself
Okay.
into this person.
Deception?
Cinematically, he ducks just as Ugna's hand comes to like grab him by the collar, and another fist comes in, and I miss completely. You never
Yeah,
knew how
what-
close you came.
What role am I doing?
This is make a performance check, please.
It could be deception. 17. But I want to make one alteration since I don't know what Rosie's voice sounds like.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
I did. And since she hasn't seen her in 5 years,
Have a cold or something.
no, I'm going to have a fresh scar across the throat. So I've survived attack trying to find her.
Now you can sound like whatever.
Speak with your body.
Excellent.
Shake.
I am not seducing her because that is rape by proxy, and I'm not bringing that into our game.
That'll work.
I was under the impression from the discussion last game that seduce was being used much more generally.
Yeah, it
and
was
not
distract
specifically
and
referring to
gain her
physical.
attention.
Yeah.
I think
It'll
the
be a
intent was
physical-
flirt, not
Yeah. Be a distraction, not actually do anything with her.
Gotcha.
Yep.
But yes, like obviously having suffered a recent wound which has affected my vocal cords. Yes.
Beautiful. Beautiful. What did you roll on the performance?
I got a 17. I kind of want to spend an inspiration to see if we can do better.
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
You got a big enough
pretty
bonus
typical.
that it's
Oh god, that is so much worth it. That'd be a 25.
Ooh.
beautiful.
What I need?
Excellent. Okay. So while this is going on, so I'm just sort of like we're moving towards a possible need for combat time, but not yet. So while this is going on, Ugna was like sneaking up on that guard to grab it. The guard ducks around the corner as you lunge, and you see, as you have lunged sort of into sight around the corner, you see the guard transform magically into this little barmaid. And that's new.
Yep. Am I
You've seen Tromlin
smart
pull that trick.
enough to think that that's Tromlin?
My
I mean,
Or-
we're
immediate
in on
answer
the
is definitely no.
conversation.
Yes, correct.
You have seen
but
a
I'm-
drawing of Rosie, so you might just think it's Rosie.
I'm like, Matt, Rosie's a shapeshifter.
Yeah, Rosie was disguised as a guard and
Yeah.
just dropped the disguise.
Yeah. Oh, Rosie's magic. Gotcha.
That seems to make good sense to me.
It's funny
That
that we were
can't be
just
Tromblin.
talking
She's
about
walking
Rosie.
like she's been laid recently.
Oh,
Aha.
And so I
So-
invisibly put up my hands and I'm like, whoop, sorry, and then I'll back off back to the tent.
Actually say, oops, sorry.
You know what? Yes. Just quietly. Oops,
Do I
sorry.
hear that? Do I hear that? Yes?
Yeah.
I look in the direction of the voice and say as quietly as I can, Ugna, it's me, Tromlin.
And I stop, going off and go, oh, I thought you were Rosie and magic.
Confusing for Ugna.
So
So while this was happening, Glorpa and Alina, did you update the overlay?
Yepers.
We can reveal the character name. So Mantanaraksti are both, while that's going on, because that takes some time. So Copernicus, while lying face down in the dirt, peering through the crack at the bottom of the tent, has done this exchange, casting a spell at Tromlin and also writing furiously in his book at the same time. While the guards who heard this thump kind of look around in confusion, Danielle, you also noticed the thump and the grunt that happened just directly underneath you. And of course you heard Araxtes, or would you go by Tan?
Yeah, man is just a description of me. I'm a man.
Yeah.
I'm a normal man. And then Tan is, it's short for my real name, my full name. I'm saying all this aloud. And so, my friends call me Tan. Everyone's my friend because I'm genial. Guard's just looking at me. He's holding that knife up, and I'm just saying, yeah, I feel like we're bonding a little bit ourselves. We're sharing, shared experience is really the glue of friendship. I think we'll look back on this moment and laugh.
This is effectively distracting him from the noise, but the other two guards are now kind of groping around for what was that? But you can see them doing so, Danielle. Does Glorpa want to do anything about this?
Oh, man, I guess they fear me, so I don't have to be too afraid of them. Yes, I just jump onto one of the guards' heads and just start kind of picking at his ear, inside of his ear, to see if there's anything in there to eat.
Go for the brain. That's where the good stuff is.
Gotta go
He's
deep.
like,
All right.
he
Softer
goes, holds perfectly still. And
Oh,
he
for
looks
me.
like he
Demon
was going to
Raven.
reach or swat you
Demon
away,
Raven.
but now he's like, ugh.
Hmm.
Yeah,
All right,
it's
I
pretty
kinda
clear to
nibble
you
on
that
his
these
ear
guys
a little
know
bit.
that it's a demonic raven.
Yeah, that's great. I love this. All right, I nibble on his ear and then I fly over to the other one and kind of rub up against his neck a little bit. Lorpa definitely thinks she's being sexy on all of these guys. And she might be. I don't know what these guys are into.
Yeah, you've heard, there's this fear thing. There's kind of maybe they're just subbing.
I love a little
Just-
service. All right, cool.
subs get double bits.
Excellent.
Have they stopped searching? I don't know if that's helped at all.
Oh, yeah, no, they're like holding stock still as you jump from one to the other because they're
very
like,
good.
the demon wants to jump around on us. I'm not
Thank
going
you,
to say
Barbara.
no.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Um, I just want to suggest to David, if at any point you choose that you want to like gesture more fully or whatever, despite these obnoxious chains, because you have your armor of tools, you can basically like just drop them at any point. It's entirely your choice.
This is what I want to do. I mean, you tell me if this works. So this guard is still there with this knife, right? He's being very threatening toward me. So what I want to do, two things, and I want to use guidance, and I want to cast it on him to like say, hey, listen, if you want to get better at negotiation, I'll give you +4. And that way we can have a civil conversation instead of this threatening nonsense. And then while he's thinking about that, I'm gonna use my magical tinkering to make his knife smelly. Because I can use this magical tinkering to make the object continuously emit an odor or a non-verbal sound of my choice, can be perceived up to 10 feet away. So I'm gonna make
Warpa smells that.
yeah. So I'm gonna make his knife smell like farts.
She's loving it.
And I'm just gonna say,
So
and now here we are. This has changed the situation. How are you gonna react? Think fast.
what this looks like, so this guy is somewhat distracted. He's grabbed you by like the edge of your shell, like the
My
collar,
plastron,
effectively.
please, my
And he's
plastron.
he's grabbed you by the plastron, and he's holding a knife to your face. But he's also distracted by like what this crazy crap that's going on behind him, this thump, and then the guards are looking around, and then the ravens jumping around on the guards, and so his attention is divided. And while his attention is divided, little like mechanical arms and stuff come out of various parts of your shell to do and like come up and go like ting, 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 on the knife, and also like a little mechanical hand touches his chest and casts guidance on him. And you
one
want
of
to
the
give him
mechanical hands does like a wee, just like a gesture.
And he the smell comes off the knife in his face, and he immediately like lets you go and leaps back a step, like just shocked at what just happened.
Yes, and I at that point I use Mage Hand, and can I use that to manipulate him at all, or can I just can I pluck that knife out of his hand? Does that count as an attack?
Yep.
Okay, I could.
For sure, I would say so. With Mage Hand, it's very limited in like the weight or like what it could do like an attack, but it can do like sleight of hand stuff. So you can do like
I want to take the knife out of his hand and now have the knife.
For sure.
Can I do that?
Yep.
Okay.
You
so
can
now
make me a sleight of hand roll.
Okay. What
So roll me a d20, a 20-sided dice.
Yeah, I got one. All right.
Yep.
I like that mage hand fart knife. Sounds like exactly what you'd end up with out of refrigerator poetry.
Yes.
With the magnets.
Yep.
Like it
I
just
got
sounds
19.
100%.
Also, I love that like the mage hand is usually like a spectral, ghostly hand, but I'm just imagining yours is like go gadget arms.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I'm picturing
Yeah.
it. With
Good.
the white gloves and everything.
Yep, good.
Is it a
It's
Did
a
you roll a
19.
19 on the
I
die?
just did, yeah.
Okay, so you have a +6, so that's a 25.
Yeah, that's very good.
So I'm going to roll his resistance to that, and it is not anywhere near as good. While he's distracted, like he's not holding it tightly because he was basically like, what the heck is with this crazy smell coming off my knife? Suddenly, this extended like spring or like Inspector Gadget, I don't even know what they call that stuff, the scissoring mechanic device that reaches a hand out. Yeah,
like a pantograph.
yeah. And like just comes out and snatches the knife out of his hand. So now you're holding it like on this like springy thing that's extending out of a panel on your armor.
I think this might be Pernie's biggest friend crush that he's had in probably 2 or 3 decades.
So I've now got this smelly knife. I still got the chains around me.
Yep.
And I figure this is my there's nothing more I'm going to gain from this interaction with this guy. Like this, I've made my move now, so it's time to quit messing around. I've got many different ways. I think that I could probably just disassemble these chains with like my magical or with my little
Yeah.
tinkering arms, right?
Yeah, I'm going to just call that, like, you can have sort of prepped for that at any point, so I'm just going to call that, like, let's call that an action that you do as you're in surprise here, and then let's
Okay.
roll initiative. I think this is time now for everyone to get into initiative time. So everybody roll a d20 for your initiative.
I wasted a nat 20.
Me too.
Hooray! 2 more
So,
wasted 20s
22.
going on my list.
Oh yeah, I meant to say. So along with the Dirty 20 as a cocktail name, I think Wasted 20s are also. A really
Oh
good
yeah.
Cocktail name.
Oh, that's one's got like a lot of
nice.
shots in it.
That's
A
great.
wasted
Yeah.
20.
Yeah.
Did you end up deciding that a dirty 20 had pickle juice in it or something like that?
Yeah, because it's what makes a dirty martini dirty.
Oh, of course.
Is the olive
Yeah.
juice. I
Yeah.
think?
Yeah,
So
it's
we-
the
Yeah.
olive brine.
Yeah, so adding some kind of brine, I feel like, is essential for making that. My suggestion was going to be that you just add up aged scotches until the number is 20. And that's obviously sacrilegious, but also, I think, mathematically consistent. And what do we want from our cocktails if not mathematical consistency?
Basically, blend 2
Really it.
10-year aged whiskeys and then
Yeah.
throw in a shot or a splash of pickle brine.
Yeah.
Ooh, no.
Okay, so what do we got for initiative rolls?
7.
Nat 20
Looks
from
like I'm
Ugna.
23.
22 for me.
23 from Glorpa. 22 from Ugna. What was that from Perny?
7.
7 total. How about Tromlin?
12.
12 for Tromlin. And what did you roll, Dave?
I rolled 7.
And then you have a +3, so you're at a 10. So 12 for Tromlin, 10 for Tan, and a 7 for Perny. The only one who rolled lower than the other team. Okay. So inside the tent, we have this situation where suddenly a bunch of little mechanical arms come out of this shell, and they simultaneously, or near enough to simultaneously, push the guy on the chest. It looks like a magic effect has pushed him back, but in actual fact, it gave him a bonus to negotiation. Tinkering little hands have touched the knife so that he jumped back from it, and then another hand has grabbed it, and then other little hands have like disconnected the chains, and they just fall in a heap on the ground, so that the mechanical turtle man is no longer constrained. So all of this has happened. The interrogator has got to step back and is like looking shocked, of course, and disgusted from the smell. Smells like home, Glorpa.
Oh, I know.
And you, of course, are standing on one of the 2 terrified guards, who's standing stock still now that there's a demonic bird on him. And Perny is invisibly lying in the dirt underneath these 2 guards. And then in the same time, outside the tent, Tromlin is now disguised as Rosie, and is just around the side of the tent from Shaylin Tark. And also Ugna is there invisibly.
Is Shaylin in the tent with us, or is she right
No.
outside?
No, she's over by the tree. She was looking for her demon familiar. So just first things first, Glorpa, you get to do something
Oh,
if you
right.
choose.
I mean, I don't know that I would do anything different. Been
You can
seducing
wait.
some guards.
Do you want?
Yeah, just hold your action.
Yeah, you know what? I'd like to. I'm just gonna hold off and get intoxicated by the smell of fart knife.
Fart knife. I spent a night in Fart knife. Anyway,
It's a town in Saskatchewan, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it does sound like.
good old Fart knife, Saskatchewan does sound like a real place.
Yeah.
All right, so next up is Ugna.
I am also holding my action. I'm just like
Okay.
taking
Wait
Tromlin's
for
lead
Tromlin.
like normal.
Well, Tromlin is next.
My turn?
Yep.
I will hoarsely call to Shaylin.
So like come around visible to Shaylin
Yeah.
and call her. So yeah, you step around the edge of the tent and say, Shaylin. And she turns and stands in shock. Just like,
Apparently I did a good job. I'm basically trying to distract her from going into this fight.
yeah. There haven't been any
Yeah.
loud noises from the tent yet. There was the thump of Perny falling on the ground wasn't particularly like
Right.
something that would be, what the hell was that outside the tent?
Yeah,
Um,
yet, but there will be. It's a fight
Yeah.
going on.
Can
Yeah,
I
it's
use my
likely.
action? I'll use my movement to like sneak around behind her, so I'm in perfect thumping mode.
Sure, roll me a stealth roll.
Sure.
That went so well for me. Really.
You're less
17.
good at it. Okay,
I'm
So
quite
you,
good at
like-
this.
maneuver yourself. Again, you're doing the Kronk sneak.
Yeah, I'm like do. Which Tromlin can't see this, but I'm doing some good
Yep.
sneaking.
Yes.
But the audience can.
Yeah.
The audience can see, in the mind's eye, we all see the dotted outline of Ugna, right, as you do the... Excellent. Okay, so next up is Dave. So you've got
Yes.
these guys are so shocked, he's just standing there and you can do something first before he does.
Right. Well, and I don't know who any of these people are. I don't know what
Nope.
this bird is. I don't know any of these people. As far as I'm concerned, they're all enemies.
Yeah,
They're
the
all-
only people you can see, in fact, are the guards and the bird.
So I think what I probably want to do, tell me if this is available to me, is this repulsion shield, just to clear everyone away from me so that I can clear a path to just escape.
Yeah, you can so you can spend a charge to push the guy in front of you up to 15 feet, and you can basically bowl him into the other two guys.
And would that like level the tent and everything? Like, would that clear everything away, or just
It's
just
more
people?
directional. It's more directional than that, so it'll shove him and blast in that direction, which like towards the door. So it would basically probably flap the tent flaps open.
So
but
he's
if you're
between me and the door. This
Yeah.
guard. Okay.
And you
So
can
yeah, I think
send
that's
him
what I want
flying
to
into
do.
the other guards.
That's what I want to do. I want to send them flying toward the other guards, knock out the guards,
Perfect.
have them all on the ground, and then try and go through them out the door, out the rest of the camp. Because once I get out into the open air, maybe I can use my rocket boots and I can kind of get some altitude.
Excellent.
That's my plan.
Would repulsion even work on Glorpa?
Well, it's technically it hits a target.
Okay.
Oh, so actually,
I mean, I'm kind of on them.
David, this is actually something you can do with a reaction when he attempts to attack you, which means you actually have the option of holding on to your regular action in order to do something else immediately afterwards.
Because here's my other option instead of this is instead of doing repulsion shield is thunder wave. Because thunder wave is omnidirectional, right?
I believe so.
The wave of thunderous force. Each creature in the 15-foot cube must make a Constitution saving throw. Then they take thunder damage and are pushed 10 feet away. Now this would catch everybody in range, I presume.
Yeah. That would catch your friends, or well, you don't know that
Well,
your
they're not
friends.
my friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know.
Certainly
these
not.
idiots.
You can't
That
even
would
see
catch
any
everyone.
of us.
But anyway,
Yep.
but go back to the thing about the reaction. See what that's about. Let's see
So-
if that's a better choice.
Yeah, because if you want to, basically what you can do is hold your action, and when the guy comes to sort of when the guy comes
He's
comes
gonna come
at you,
after me, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
you
Then I have
basically would
another
use
action at that point.
you would use your reaction to do the repulsor shield thing, and then you would still have an action
Right,
to
but
do something else.
But at this point in the narrative, I don't know that he's going to come after me, so I wouldn't. Would I think to hold my action?
It
Or,
seems pretty likely.
Maybe I'm in a defensive stance, waiting for him to come for me. I feel like this Well, my character is probably more inclined to just try and press the advantage.
I'll say you did try to beef him up to do a negotiation. So you might be
That's
willing to
right.
sort of wait for a moment and be like, does he do what he's supposed to do and like
That's
now
true.
try to negotiate, or is
Sure.
he attack?
Although if there's these two other guards, I will say the negotiation thing was a little bit of a ruse because I wanted to get him in his head a little bit, to get him a little bit less aggressive, such that
Yep.
I could then do other things. But I mean, I'll so I'm in the tent. The chains are off. I'm fully mobile. I've got all my little doodads. This guy is, I've got the fart knife. Let's not forget.
Let's not forget who's holding the
You're
fire.
holding it
Yeah,
in your gadget
Very
hand.
important to have.
Holding him in my gadget hand.
Probably holding it like this.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, the gadget hand doesn't care about the fart knife. It's inanimate. It's also my farts. Like that's because I cast the spell. Your own farts never smell as bad, right? So this is my
yeah.
and let me just tell you, this man's diet, not great.
The flavor
great.
of turtle farts.
Yeah, it's
not-
not great.
A lot of fish. A lot of fish.
It's aromatic.
Yeah, I think this works. He's going to go next, and as you're waiting for him to return to you with negotiation, he does in fact choose not to do that,
He chooses to lunge at
and
me.
instead he lunges to try and grab you by the throat. And you go, all right, now that I'm no longer chained up, I'm just going to move my arm, and the armor of your shell now does like an Iron Man thing where it constructs this shield that appears now on your arm in between you and him, and there's a blast of energy that sends him flying back 15 feet. Because you only used your reaction to do that, you may now also cast Thunder Wave
Yeah,
and push them even further and push him a total of 25 feet.
I'm gonna do that, and so now that I'm blasting him back, I'm following him. I'm moving out. I'm to escape. So as soon as
I'm
get
getting
closer,
over there.
as soon as I get close to someone else, I'm gonna do that thunder wave. I'm just gonna blast my path
Excellent.
clear.
So he goes flying. Roll me a d20. We're going to treat this as a ranged attack and see whether he immediately bowls down the rest of them.
14.
That'll do it. I'll give you at least some bonus on that ranged attack. If only your dex bonus, that's already a 17, which beats their armor class. So he goes flying back, bowls into the two other guards who are still standing, completely uncertain what they should do. They're like, the demon bird is on our heads and it wants to hang out on us, but we heard a crazy noise, and then also this guy seems to be escaping or something, and it stinks. So it's it's kind of hard to really wrap their heads around that.
Like a Tuesday.
Yeah. And so this guy bodily smashes them and they all fall over, and then as you run forward, there's an explosive roll of thunder and a blast in a Q, what is it, 5 foot?
Look, this turtle's
No,
farts are really powerful.
15 foot.
They're just
15 foot
very
cube.
yeah.
That
And
blasts through.
every creature must make a Constitution saving
Yep.
throw.
So this is going to include Copernicus and Glorpa are going to make Constitution saving throws, as well as the guards. And I'm going to give the guards disadvantage because they've just been knocked down. So it makes it that much harder for them to keep their feet.
You add
Okay.
to a Constitution. Constitution.
Your Constitution
call.
saving throw, yeah. So under your saving throws, you have a bonus. For you,
Nat
it is
20.
+2. Nat
Right.
20 for
Alright.
who?
For Perny, which
Excellent.
is a 22.
Nice.
Nice. 16 over here.
What was the difficulty on that? It is a Constitution saving throw. Oh, it's going to be the spellcasting DC for Tan, which is a 15. So what was your total?
16.
So you just made it. One of the guards makes it, one of the guards fails, but the other guard is on a successful save. They still take half damage. So Dave, can you roll 2 8-sided dice for me?
Absolutely. I've got a 6 and a 1.
Okay, so 7. I have to ask, although it's not necessarily gonna be great for our friends here. Did you want to cast that at first level or second? Because you have the option to make it a more powerful spell.
No, I think first level is sufficient. These guys are
Okay.
not super powerful. I think I
Yeah.
can save my energy.
It only changes the damage. The push is the same either way.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary.
So in that case, the failed saving throw takes 7 damage. Everybody else is going to take 3. So Glorpa and Copernicus, you each take 3 damage. And all 3 of the guards go like sprawling and flying. 2 of them, the one that was thrown back from the shield, and that was the interrogator, and one of the others, go completely flying through the tent flaps and out the door. The other one was sent sprawling to the side and kind of rolled a couple feet, but is still within the tent. And basically, he's tripped over. He's like lying with one leg over top of Copernicus in a heap in the doorway. And
You know the prank
and
where
outside-
you like push someone over top of someone backwards, like you sneak up behind someone and then someone pushes them and you trip them?
Yep.
This is like a really intense version. I have an invisible
Yep.
lump on the ground behind the guards who were force blasted through
Yes.
the air past and over me. I think this is great. This is a perfect prank.
and
Classic.
then basically
Grandpa and
the
his little
whole
playing
front-
pranks.
that whole front part of the tent around the entrance is like blasted open. Like the canvas is ripped and it's just like boom, wide open. There is like a peal of thunder. Like this has definitely been heard throughout the camp.
I'm guessing
so meanwhile,
Shaylin is
outside-
reacting to this.
Yeah,
Should
outside.
I make a
Shaylin
forward
and
check to
Rosie.
act surprised?
Yeah, Rosie and Shayla, you're basically facing each other on either side of this explosion.
Okay.
As like 2 guards go flying and tumbling past.
So romantic.
This
And,
is
Can I actually make a roll?
She was literally thunderstruck.
Yeah. Can I actually do a performance
Excellent.
that legally I've been hurt and thrown to the ground to distract her?
this is also a very good
Oh, for
chance
sure.
for me to hit her in the side of the head because clearly it was the explosion and not an invisible wrestler.
Oh yeah, I don't know if Grandpa Perny warned you that you'll become visible if you do that, but
Oh, right.
we'll see.
Nope.
You did. You did.
Okay.
You did.
Oh, okay,
you
right.
did warn. You did explain how the spell worked last time.
Right, right.
Whether or not
23,
Una remembers.
23
Okay.
act like I've been hurt and thrown.
A 23 acting roll here. So Tromlin, as Rosie. Rosie, even though technically Rosie was outside the blast area here, does an amazing sort of like quick lunge forward to look like Rosie was like running towards
Shaylin.
and then spins artfully as though like blasted by this wind, and then actually does a spin across the space to close some of the space and like collapse, artfully. Oh no, I have been harmed. Closer to Shaylin than the guards are on that side, and Shaylin will absolutely take the bait and run forward to grab and protect Rosie.
Good.
So Ugna, you're still holding action. Are you going to do anything here, or are you going to?
Not if it looks like she's taking the
Watch
bait.
and
I'm
wait.
gonna let Tromlin work his magic.
Do you want to maneuver yourself anywhere?
Yeah, the 2 guards, they just came flying out the door and are like skidding.
Lying in a heap on the other side of the little not clearing, but open space where
Be right
the
back,
tree
my
is
child
and the
vanished.
stores.
Can I
Yeah,
go
no
over
problem.
and like invisibly put a foot on their coats?
If they try to get up and you interfere,
That's
that's
true,
going to
they'd
count as
probably
an attack
count it,
and it's going
yeah.
to break the invisibility. But
Sounds
you don't
good.
know that.
I don't know that.
You're
And
not
also,
really sure how it works.
I will go over near them just in case I need to deal with them.
Okay.
It looks like
And sort of like-
Tromlin's got Shaylin.
Just wait.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. You're sitting on quite a few inspirations now. You're full up.
Yeah.
If you are willing to drop 2 inspirations, what I would point out is the other side. They've tumbled like a full 25 feet, basically 15 feet from the front of this tent. So they're basically on the other side of this little open pavilion. And on the other side, there's the back of another tent.
Right.
So if you want to like break your invisibility, there's nobody here right now who would be able to see you other than distracted Shaylin and the 2 guards. So if you want to, I would let you do like a tumble grab to basically drag these guys under the wall of the tent and take them somewhere more private.
For a small talk.
But
God.
That's very
Why-
cinematic. I do like that.
I need an acrobatics check. Because that's a pretty funky maneuver. you're
How
doing
does an
there.
18
Or,
sound?
is that the raw roll or the total?
Nope. That's the total.
Because I was just going to say I might actually let you use athletics for this. So
Oh, okay.
if that's the total, you actually have another +6 on that.
Yeah, I do. So,
And I'll have you roll a
what's
stealth.
a 24?
I'm going to have you roll me a stealth with advantage.
Okay.
To do this while
Without being
Shaylin's
seen.
like back is turned. You've got the distraction of Tromlin
Yep.
and the fact that you're starting invisible to kind of
Uh-huh.
make this work for you.
That is a 19 with advantage,
Okay.
which is good because my one roll was like a 4.
Does Shaylin notice? No. Just. Shaylin's got an 18 total on the perception. So you just pull this off. So you basically see these 2 tumble like right up against the canvas of the other side. And you notice that like from the blast of wind and thunder and damage, that tent, like maybe one of the tent stakes pulls up and there's a bit of a flap. And you dive and grab these guys and slide like a head first slide in home plate underneath the wall of that tent. And you are now inside that tent and you crash into a bunch of storage crates.
Good.
But you've got one of these guys in each fist. And that leaves Copernicus.
I think I am going to hold action. I might. So have I been physically blasted away from the?
No, you made your saving throw, so you didn't get moved. You just took some damage.
Am I close to him?
Sorry, close to who?
To the turtle. To Tan. We're friends. He doesn't know it yet, but we're friends. So I
Yeah,
can
you're
call him
still
Tan.
you're back about 10 feet away from him, where you
Okay.
where you were before.
I am going to try to get close to him and like stage whisper as loud as I can in his ear, like hold on, you are amongst friends, and we need to see how this meeting will go, and just whisper that mysteriously in his ear and see if he pauses or stops.
Sort of ghostly voice has spoken to you.
Mhm. And I don't know if I can hold an action on top of that or not, but otherwise that's what I'll spend my turn doing.
I mean,
I
you
wanna slow this
can,
down.
except that you're last. So if you don't use your action, it's just gonna go away at the end of the round.
Okay.
You can, because you still have an action, you can speak more clearly than that if you want to say more. You can basically spend your action to talk.
No, I think that's a good level of confusion to have imparted.
So, well, that takes us back to the top of the round. And Glorpa, you are no longer have a perch. You're now kind of flapping in the air.
Yeah, I actually
you're-
I flap right over on top of Perny, if that's okay. Even though I
Perny's still
heard
invisible.
the whisper, so I kind of know where he is. Right, I heard the whisper though, so I kind of like clamber. Could I have heard the whisper? I
Sure.
don't know how big this tent is. All right,
No, that's fine.
clamber until I find his head and sit on it.
So, David,
Mhm.
you hear this voice
Mhm.
of someone totally new
Mhm.
saying, "You're among friends. We want to see how this meeting turns out."
Mhm.
And then the raven with the glowing eyes flies over and lands on nothing.
Mhm.
But you are a clever and well-versed in magic fellow. So what I would like you to do is roll me a dice, and I'm going to give you your intelligence bonus. I
Did
might
give him a
even,
slow wink as well, just to
yeah, the
know.
bird's
Doing
going to
like the
wink.
bird equivalent of
Still
like.
licking the beak over and over and over.
So roll me a
Sure, among
d20.
friends.
Okay. 10.
So that would be a 14. I'm gonna get you to re-roll that. I'm gonna basically. We never put you in the list here, but you should technically have inspirations as well.
Okay.
And this is a kind of a key moment. Did you
This
get
is a-
better or worse?
Not better.
Okay.
It was a 1.
Well, keep the 10. You
You might just
aren't
think it's a
certain-
talking bird.
Yeah, basically you aren't certain. You think either there's an invisible person standing there. You know the invisibility spell.
Yeah.
And when a voice whispers to you out of nowhere, it's more
Is it-
likely to be an
Is there
invisible
like
person than a
footprints and
ghost.
stuff? Like, is there, is he making effects on the environment?
Oh, actually, wait a second. I am changing up
drawn the
what that
dirt?
roll was for. No, I'm going to change that to a perception roll.
Mhm.
So
I was
instead of a
wondering,
14, you have a 15, because you have the as like the lensy thing that like is attached to one of your eyes as part of your stuff. You have true seeing. So you actually make out the outline of an invisible person. When you hear this voice, you go, "Wait a second," and your little gem lens go into place, and you realize that there is in fact an invisible old man sitting underneath that bird.
As all old men should be.
Sitting under a bird.
All right. So this is what's going through my mind. What's going through my mind is I still don't know what's going on. I don't know who any of these people are. I just gained my freedom, and my plan has been to escape. So now there's someone else telling me something. I'm not certain that I want to get involved in this.
There's more. I have to give you more information with your true seeing, because you also see the true form of the raven.
Ooh.
Oh, it's getting even stranger.
Yeah. So, so you've been in this camp long enough to know that all the people here are like these barbarians who wear a particular uniform. They basically have bare chests with a tattoo of a knife on it, and they all wear like the same kind of furs and leathers.
Very burly.
They're kind of like a cult.
Yeah, they're hot.
These people are completely different. There's a little old man in he has a very friendly face, and he's wearing like fishing gear.
And he's carrying
basically,
a book, I've learned.
And he's carrying a giant book. He's basically like the little old man from Up.
If he was going fishing.
If he was going fishing. And the bird sitting on his head, you realize, is a shape-shifted person. And it's an older woman
Extremely sexy.
Yeah.
who's like kind of like slimy and dripping with like swamp muck and kind of
Charisma.
blue skinned.
I mean, you can see
Also
the overlay. She's hot.
And yeah, if
The
you look at the
manifestation
overlay,
of
you
your
can see
knife.
the drawings.
No.
Yeah. Okay. So this is. So my train of thought here is clearly something is weird, and
Yes.
clearly they have some knowledge or some understanding of the situation, which is what I was trying to learn from the beginning.
Yep.
And they're entreating me to try and stop and help, and so here's my question for you: should Peter have to test his persuasion
Ooh.
against me?
So general rule of thumb in D&D is that we don't require those kind of rolls between players, but you can call for one. So if you want to
Because
kind of
I'm
say,
not convinced. Honestly, I'm not convinced.
Yeah.
I have a very strong self-preservation instinct. I haven't been out there on sailing the skies by stopping and checking every weird thing that happens, because let me tell you, brother, there's a lot of weird things happening.
so absolutely, you can call for
Did you
Peter.
just become Macho Man Randy Savage?
All of a sudden, he's like Hulk Hogan. All right, listen here, brother.
Oh yeah! Like the
my
WWE
shtick.
I can roll a
game.
persuasion.
Good.
Yep. So a persuasion roll from Copernicus is very appropriate here. And also, Malky, I will get you to roll an insight check
Okay.
for sort of
Alright.
your own kind of
How friendly do
figuring
these
out
folks
what's going
seem?
on here.
Yeah.
On a D20.
Yeah.
That's an 8 for me.
Okay, so you're not
Not doing
super
great.
certain. That's a
Not
10
doing
total. How did Copernicus roll?
So knock the wasted 20 counter up one.
I mean, that's not
27.
wasted at all. So a natural 20. So
27.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, Tan. Tan
You look
is
at this
not.
sweet old man's face.
Yeah, you're not particularly certain what's going on here. Your insight isn't really helping you much. You're clearly you've figured out that these invisible and shape-changed people
One thing is
are
a flip.
not with the other people.
Sure.
So, but you're really uncertain what their motives are. However, look at that sweet old face. He's just this friendly old man and his little old shape-changed friend. He's like the friendly old soul grandpa.
And so I'm now directing to what I know is like a swamp lady and an invisible man. But to anyone else looking, I'm talking to a bird and nothing. So
Yeah,
I'm clearly addressing.
Is unnaturally hovering
I'll
in the
hear
air.
you out. I'm shouting at this bird who's sitting on nothing.
Okay, this is just confusing the hell out of the guard on the floor. Okay, excellent. So Glorpa, you can take an action if you want beyond your movement. I don't know if you want to do anything
did-
else.
Tan just yell. I didn't quite catch what he hollered at
Said,
me.
all right, I'll hear you out.
All right. Cool. First of all, I want to tell you that I had a dream about you last night or whatever night.
4
Oh,
minutes ago.
that was like a few minutes ago. That was like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, that was a night to me
Not the
because I was
first time
taking
I've
a little
heard
nap.
that, but go on.
Cool.
So the bird thinks
That's
this.
all.
Yeah.
I just know that you seem like you're in trouble, and that's why we came over here. We want just, I don't know. You seem like you're in trouble and having some problems, but it looks like you could probably handle yourself, huh?
I mean, that's my immediate conclusion, but but your voice is different. Let me just say, previously that whisper, I thought that was you because you're the only one. But no, the old man, because clearly there's an old man.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, he's right down here. I start pecking at his
yeah,
head a little bit.
get to the brain. That's the delicious
Yeah.
part. But okay, so I appreciate Tell me how you did help though, because I'm not totally
I didn't
sure
really.
that. Yeah,
I think
I mostly.
no. I was watching you. You did some impressive shit. So I don't have those like arms and or anything like
my arms
that.
come
You
out
did
and
pretty
just do,
good.
Like 19 thumbs up.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good. I clap my wings together weirdly. There's a few more of us. One's outside. Is dressed up. He's dressed up like some bitch's ex-girlfriend, and then there's
no,
an
yeah, I can
invisible,
see
really
that.
like hulking.
I mean, I can see everything here with
see 'em?
because of my special
right, cool.
vision. Yeah, this
Oh, you can see the invisible bitch
right.
too.
Because for some reason, there's also this person is dressed up is like a lady, but is not really a lady. That's some kinky
Yeah.
shit. I don't want to get involved. If this is like
No,
a,
you should definitely get
if
involved.
this is like some like bedroom like stuff like where I'm not like I'm good. I'm pretty. I'm content with where I am, romantically. So I don't really want to. I'm flattered. Honestly.
You got a lot of hands. So.
Yeah, all the hands are doing this everywhere. They're all doing this. But do you tell me what you know about these bandits and why like what's their larger motive?
Oh
here? Because that's what
yeah,
I'm trying to
no,
figure
they
out.
super suck. I haven't really been paying attention to why, but we're all going after him. My whole group, the invisible like tough girl and the cross dresser, and the
I appreciate that you don't know why, but you're still going along with it. 'Cause that feels like there's.
I'm just friends with these guys.
Okay, no, friendship is important.
Yeah.
I think we're all friends here, except for the.
Oh, you did.
Perny visibly
scratching at Perny's
smiles
head.
so wide.
You can
Okay,
talk
well-
too, by the way, Peter. Remember, you can talk without breaking your invisibility.
Yeah.
And he can see you.
Yeah, I'm
So-
looking right at him. I'm looking
Yeah.
like directly like in his eyes, very unsettlingly.
So I'm gonna I'm gonna come up closer and whisper like, okay, so the lady out there is the
You
leader.
can just talk normal.
Oh, okay. I just don't want her to hear because this is our secret plan, and she's
You don't want the crow to
15
hear? I
feet
thought
away.
you were friends with the crow.
No, the crow's good. I mean, the lady
Just
out
talk-
there.
I mean, the crow was just talking normal.
Yeah.
And you could talk normal too.
Yeah.
I don't hear great.
I think none of us should be talking normal, is what I'm gonna say.
Oh, you
I
think
think
we should be quiet?
We should all say our secret plan quietly. Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, you're right. Let's hear the secret plans. Let's be quiet about it.
Okay. Okay.
Secrets
Cool.
are important to keep secret.
Very.
That's
very
why
important.
they're called secrets.
Yes. That is how they get their
I
name.
pop up and close the flaps of the tent. Is that okay for me to
The
do?
whole
I'm
front
just
of the
gonna do
tent
that.
is gone.
Oh,
Yeah,
never mind. I'm not even
A
gonna try.
thunder wave
I
went
turned
through
around
it.
to look.
As far as I'm concerned. I think our voice is like reverberating off the hill.
I think this is probably a good. I'm gonna just quickly. So while this conversation was happening, other things are going on.
Probably.
So meanwhile, Ugna is next, but I'm gonna kind of skim over that a bit.
I'm
Ugna
gonna.
is,
You know what
is
I'm doing? I'm
fighting two
coconutting
guys.
those two guys into each
Yeah,
other.
make me some d20 rolls.
Yep.
Make me one for each hand. We're gonna do some grapple checks. And at the same time, so the next thing up is Tromlin. So Tromlin, you're in. Shaylin has you in her arms now,
Okay.
and you can see that the entire front of the tent is burst open. There's one guard. The other two guards have disappeared, having been blown away, and there's one guard still lying confusedly on the ground, trying to decide what to do, as the turtle man is discussing stuff with nobody and the hovering bird that is now, you realize, clearly perched on the head of your invisible grandfather, but the grandfather is still invisible, and the turtle is having a conversation with them. And Shaylin is at least momentarily more interested in you.
That's fair.
So what do you want to do about things?
I'm going to try to make her more concerned and hopefully get her to get me out of this area and leave her before she leaves the area too. So I guess that'd be another performance check.
Excellent. That is a great idea. Let's call this persuasion, because you've already successfully performed as this character.
Persuasion is 10, so
Yes, it is. Time for the charmed speech to do something.
25.
25. Excellent.
My main goal is this: to just wall my head back so she sees how bad the scar looks and act like I'm unconscious.
If you're unconscious, you're not going to be able to particularly direct what she's going to do.
Fair enough. I'll just say, okay, I'll wall my head back like I'm exhausted and go mutter, try to get here as fast as could, and just act delirious. So she's like, obviously, I need medical attention and need to be taken away from this combat.
Do you want her to take you somewhere, like in a specific direction?
I don't know how to please take me to the far side of the camp. There's no way to do that
Sure.
and not be suspicious as fuck.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is you actually could cast suggestion and just give a specific. You have the free suggestion once a day as your
I guess
part of your
suggestion
famous.
is try to convince her that I need to be taken away from this combat because I'm already very badly wounded.
I am going to go ahead and roll her saving throw.
20.
No.
Nat 1?
Yay!
She
Thought
really
it was a
believes that you're
7.
Rosie.
I briefly dyslexically thought it was a 7, and I was like, oh, that's not going to do it. And then I realized, no, it's going the other way. That's a 1. Okay, so, heck, you can even be like,
He lives right here
take
right
me
now.
yeah, take me somewhere where we can be alone, or whatever.
Yeah.
Take me over
I'm
to
gonna act
that
like I'm
specific
exhausted and
wall.
dehydrated. Yeah. I'm gonna act like I'm exhausted and dehydrated, and I've been looking for her for weeks.
Okay, this seems like a very reasonable suggestion. So this is, 100%. This is going to work.
Obviously, your men can take care of this.
Oh yeah, I mean you're in the middle of their armed camp, and not worried. It's like a prisoner. There's like this one guy in there, right? She doesn't know about anybody else.
We just blew a fucking tent. Okay.
So, yeah, this is a concentration spell, so you can keep it going. If it's like an ongoing thing, so getting you to safety can be sort of an ongoing thing. So it will pursue the course of action, or she will pursue the course of action you described to the best of her ability. Yeah, so she's gonna get you to safety.
All right.
And as long as she doesn't take any damage from you or your friends, she will continue to do this.
Ugna.
Yep. Nope.
Ugna's not even there. You don't even know. You're like, Ixnay, Ugne. And so we can get back into the conversation then in there. What are your dice rolls there, Alina? Just real quick for the grappling. See how that goes.
Oh, with the totals, 18
With your
and a dirty
plus
20.
11.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
no,
those are pretty low rolls for you.
sorry, that I was doing the +8, so add an extra couple
3.
on there. Yeah, an extra 3.
So 21 and 23. Yeah,
Yeah.
you definitely beat them. And then I believe that you get to just do a bunch of damage to them while you have them grappled.
I'm just gonna have them both in like a headlock and just kind of do like a sleeper hold and be like, no, shh, shh, shh.
All right. In which case, roll me your. Okay, so that can be done as a bonus action. So roll me 1d4, or sorry, 2d4 damage each.
Holy crap.
2d4 plus your +5 strength.
That is 5
no,
plus
sorry,
5.
that's gonna have.
It's 10 on the first one and 10 on the second one.
Okay.
4 and a 1 and a 3 and a 2 plus my 5.
Excellent. Do you want to action surge that and just keep seeing if you can actually put them full on to sleep in one round?
Yes, correct.
All right. So roll again in case the. Don't even bother.
Okay, cool.
My high roll between the two of them was an 8.
Ooh, so that's a 4.
Your bonus is 11.
Yeah.
So yeah, just if you don't roll your natural ones, it's all good.
13 damage on the one and 13 damage on the other. I rolled exactly the same.
And so what did you do the first time on each of them?
Uh,
There's a doggy.
10. I did 5 and 5 for each of them. So 10 for the first one and 13 on the second.
23 each.
Yup.
I'm definitely going to, at the very least, consider that they are firmly distracted and unable to get involved in anything else.
Unable to
I
yell.
didn't know you had a dog, Danielle. Is this a visiting dog?
I don't. Luke just came over.
Oh,
I kind of part-time have a dog. This is Joma.
he just shows up. Aw.
Beauty.
Also, Peter, your dog has been nothing but adorable this whole game. He's just been flopping around.
Yeah, he's a sleepy
Aw.
little otter.
Oh.
Meanwhile, all the birds have learned that when the partition goes up, it's time to just say, well, I'm just going to hang out over here and sleep. So they're all taking it easy. Pets showing up on stream has been a very much a theme.
Very good.
So
Also,
we're going to pick up.
Yeah, it is
Yep.
5.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're going to
Yeah.
pick up with the conversation in the tent next, but let's take our break first.
Yeah.
This is a good time for a break.
Quick 10-minute break, get some food, go to the bathroom.
Yeah, we'll pick it up at 1:15 or so. So we will be back. Oh,
Sweet.
stream audience.
In 10 minutes.
All right. Ooh. And actually, I think Luke brought over
We're back. Hello.
Hello again, all you internet friends and webcomic fans. We are back. Thanks for bearing with us through some technical difficulties, but we are back live. All right, so I left off in the middle of a round, but that is okay. We were about to move back into the tent and continue our conversations there at the bottom of the batting order. And I think what I might do at this point, oh, there's still one guard there. Yeah, we'll deal with that. Okay, so while you guys are having this conversation, so our new friend Tan is having a conversation with a glowing-eyed raven and an invisible old man, as one does. But there is also a guard here on the floor who, having sort of been very confused of what to do, is decided that probably his best course of action, as he watches his mistress pick up some woman he's never seen before and run away with her, he's going to go, well, there's a prisoner here who has clearly escaped and needs to be placated, and I no longer have a raven on my head, so I'm going to attack. So he is going to pull his axe from his belt and lunge forward and attempt to grapple and restrain Tan, the tortoise.
Bad move. Bad move. This is
Yes,
gloves are coming
indeed.
off here.
And so,
Gadget gloves.
yeah, so one of the things about a tortoise with the artificer armor type with a crazy armored shell is that it tends to have a very high armor class. So he leaps forward and takes a swing with his axe, reaches to grab a hold of your shoulder and kind of take a cut. The axe just kind of bounces harmlessly off the metal shell, and he doesn't particularly impede you with his attack. He has a second swing, no better than the first.
All right, so this is a self-preservation. This man's attacking me. There's no need to do anything except just completely attempt to destroy him. So I am gonna go.
Sounding more and more like Pernie's best friend every moment.
Let's see here. I'm gonna just check and see what this all does. Stand by.
Well, I will say you have the option again if you want to spend a charge to push him back. With
I
your
want to push him
repulsor
back. I
shield.
want to kill him. So
Okay.
I
Save your
feel like
charge.
this. Yeah, I mean I've got a magic missile, right? It takes the same amount of power as the thunder wave. Or no.
Yep.
Sorry, you were referring to the repulsion shield. But I do have magic missile. Feels very very normal, standard thing to deploy in a situation like this. So that's what I'm going to attempt.
Okay.
I'm imagining you going
So-
full war turtle on him, and the magic missiles just coming out of these little turrets that pop out of your shoulders.
Oh yeah, totally Iron Man style. The little pop up on the shoulder goes, psh, and a bunch of little dart-like missile things shooting this guy. It is in fact 3 glowing darts of magical force. If you wish, you can cast this as a 2nd level spell and get an extra dart. It is up to you.
Does that impede me in any way?
Nope, it just uses a 3rd slot instead of a 1st slot. So far, you haven't used any of your slots for 2nd level. You have a total of 4 1st level and 3 2nd level slots. You've used 1 1st level, and that's it so far.
Okay. I'll do this as a 2nd level.
Okay, in which case, 4 little missiles shoot into this guy. There is no roll to hit. They automatically hit, and each one does a d4 plus 1 force damage. So roll me 4 4-sided dice.
Okay, I'll do one at a time here.
Yep.
2.
So that's 3 for the first one.
1.
So 2.
1.
Another 2.
Another 1.
Oof. So
Not great.
Oh,
not
no.
great.
not great
All
on the
right.
rolls, but you do 9 damage. So all these magical little missile darts slam into his body, and he kind of as he takes a bunch of damage.
Right.
So next up, Perny.
So I think before I take my turn, I just because it's in my head now, and I feel like I should inflict it on everybody. I've got the theme song, "Old Age Missile, Tinker Turtle, Old Age Missile, Tinker Turtle, Force Power." And I feel like I should inflict that on all of you. I think that I am going to. So currently, 2 guards sort of have vanished into the into the hulky neck crush abyss. We don't know where they are. So there's only 1 left. Shaylin's left. So I'm left.
Shaylin is in the process of leaving.
Okay.
This is the round in which Shaylin has picked up Rosie in her arms. Shaylin seems surprisingly strong. Has picked up Rosie in just a stepping over the threshold marriage type hold.
Yeah.
And is going to bolt.
Okay. I think.
And actually, sorry, Shaylin's turn is before yours, so that has happened. Shaylin has moved her movement like 30 feet or so away from you, back into the maze of tents.
Because I'm thinking that our best bet right now is to like shake the aggro, and then sneak as best we can. So I'm trying to decide if like helping beat down the guard is helpful, but then I lose invisibility. But Ugna's already lost invisibility, so it's not like invisibility is our ally right now. So maybe I'll beat down the guard, and I have a spell slot, so I can cast it again once this is over. I haven't.
You could. Are you still planning to do your thunder step?
No, I think that. I mean, that's a good way to like break line of sight if people are following us. But I can only take. I ended up hurting Glorpa. And we still need to get rid of the guard regardless. So I think I'm going to beat down the guard.
Although I will say that you could instruct Glorpa to get out of the radius, because it's not that big.
We still have to knock out we still want to knock out the. Even if we break line of sight, like we don't want someone around to say what happened.
Yeah, so it does damage to the guard.
And an extra D10 because it'll be up a level. But
it'll do 4d10 damage.
How is the guard bloodied?
I mean, the guard is definitely injured. He's been hit by the initial thunder wave for 3 damage, and then he was hit just now with the magic missile for another 19 damage.
Okay.
Or sorry, 9 damage. So he's taken 12. He's not looking that bad.
Okay. I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna break invisibility to whack him because I think at this point we're like I'm the only one invisible left, and it's not like it's that big of an advantage.
Sure. What is your attack? What kind of attack are you doing here?
I think I'm gonna do a stunning attack.
Oh, you're gonna use your chill touch.
Yeah. Yeah, chill touch agonizing.
Gotcha.
Okay. That is 20-something. Mid-high 20s.
That's going to hit.
Yeah,
that's definitely going to hit.
Okay, sweet. So then I get...
well, that's your roll to hit. Roll again in case you nat 20, because you get advantage from attacking from invisibility.
Ooh. I've lost the die under the table. Hold on.
That is not auspicious. It is not auspicious at all.
I mean, I got a 17. I got an 18 and a 17 on my 2 rolls. They're good, but no
nice.
No crit.
Okay. Well, still very, very effectively. So, from the rest of you perspective here, Tan and Glorpa, the invisible man appears as he gestures with like a cast of his hand, and this. Which you've seen before, Glorpa, this magical hook appears out of nowhere that appears to be like made from a bony hand. And this time it flies, and instead of grabbing and pulling or pushing on the guy, it basically like turns and sinks all the barbs like deep into his flesh. This ghostly fish hook. And he shrieks in pain. So
are you saying that
his
spectral hand has barbs?
Yes.
So this I got a
barbed
garbage
hand.
Roll. 3
Good.
plus 1 plus 4 is 8.
So it does 2d8 plus 1 base, right?
Yeah, plus 4. I rolled a 2 and a 1. So plus
Okay.
1 makes 4, and then plus 4 for the thing for
Agonizing.
touching it. Yeah.
Makes 8, but he also has to save con save to avoid
Or
being stunned.
Yeah.
And I have rolled a 3. He's definitely not gonna. He's got a really good con save bonus, but it isn't gonna save him on a 3 when he needs a 15 total. He does not have a plus 12.
Yay.
So he is like shuddering in pain from this hook that's sunk into his shoulder, and will lose an action. So yeah, that's not going to work out so great for him next round. And before we even get to the action that he loses, Glorpa's next. So what would you like to do?
Man, I don't know.
You
I keep
can
forgetting,
attack as a bird
you
if
said
you
I
wish.
Okay, yeah, because that sounds really fun.
Eat his brain!
I would like to do. Can I go for the eyes? I think the eyes.
Here.
Oh, your sound's cutting out.
Who's cutting out? Me?
Is it
Danielle.
Is it still? Is it in and out a little bit, or?
Yeah, I
Sounds
think
kind of watery.
the pods are not having the best
Yeah.
connection.
Give me one moment.
Cool,
It was
cool.
worth a try.
Nope.
Cat. Cat on stream.
Second.
Dog again. No, it's cat this time.
Let me make sure that the sound is coming out of the right place real quick. What is this about? What does that even mean? All right.
Oh,
Can someone
actually, I just remembered you actually can cast spells while you are wild shaped. Just
Think I
not
knew
any
that, and I
spell.
forgot.
Yeah, just not spells with a material component.
Oh, okay.
Also, Lane, are we
Yeah.
doing a poll for the second half?
We are, and actually, this is probably a good enough
Cool.
time while this is
I just
being
got a
considered.
reminder about it, so I'm going to throw the chat the other way so I can't see it.
Well, give me a sec to get set up. Just messaging my co-ST, my shadow DM.
I wonder if I can show off some fan art while we are here. Nope. Nope, because I don't have it downloaded.
Which fan art?
I was going to show the one that Randy drew.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and download that?
Sounds good.
Would water be too much of a material component that I couldn't use that while I'm a bird?
Okay, the new poll is up.
Oh.
So I will again ask my my players not to check out the chat for the moment.
Right. Are you able to hear
And-
me?
Yeah,
Yep.
I can hear you.
Oh,
It's all
okay.
good.
Sorry. Good. Very good.
Sorry, you asked me a question about water as a material component.
Yeah, would that be something I could use while I'm Raven Glorpa?
It depends on if there's some water around. In which case you could.
Oh.
Basically, as I understand it, you're limited to your animal abilities, but ravens can talk. So you can do verbal spell components anyway.
There we go.
And any material
Oh.
component is fine.
Okay.
This fan art is courtesy
create
of
water.
Melky. Or not Melky, of Melky's character by Randy.
Randy's drawing of Malky's character.
Yeah.
Hooray!
It's
Yay.
man.
Weird. I'll
Hey,
even
Tan.
upload that to the directory for use in
Oh, sweet.
future art.
Awesome.
Cool. Now I'm just realizing how far behind my stream is. Oh, there we go. I can see it
I'm
now.
Gribek, my child is not visible and quiet. Right back.
Always a concern.
Always a concern. Yeah, I mean, just in the interest of speed here, what spell are you thinking of casting?
Actually, I'll just go ahead and do hold person. I was just realizing that I still have that too.
You-
Assuming the guard is humanoid.
Yep,
Right.
he absolutely is.
All right. Yeet. Let's hold that guy.
Okay.
If I hold
I'm
him,
just
can I
gonna-
also just? I'm gonna fly over and sit on his head as well.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Like, so. Oh, sorry, no, you can't cast this one because there's a somatic component, and you don't have hands.
Oh. All right.
I'm just
All right. I
trying
don't
to
want to
think
go
of a.
through the whole list. So.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a convenient way to pull it up so that we can look. We can look without it getting too crazy.
I'm very comfortable with just talining his eyes instead. I feel like that'd almost fall under primal savagery. Maybe?
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Alright, cool. Yeah, I wanna go for the eyes. Melky, the brain is behind the eyes, so I feel like I'm still following your
Yeah, I mean, that's what he
suggestion.
said.
Yeah.
They say
So-
that
Yeah,
the
that's
eyes
actually
are
one of the
window
easiest ways
to
to
the
get
brain.
in to the brain. Is because the ears. I mean, you've tried
It's
the ears;
soft.
it's fine. But yeah, there's a lot of, and then once
Yeah, it's a small hole.
once you get that eye out, your talons can really grab that orbit, like really latch on. So good leverage.
Then I get a cool a souvenir as well. Or two if I keep them both intact and don't like break the yolks, you know?
Yeah, very difficult.
Yeah.
Okay, so you basically make your claws extra long and sharp, and then you make an attack roll.
Right. Is that just a d20?
Yep.
Alright. Oh, wait. That's a 6. Do I add anything to that?
You do have a bonus, but it won't be enough. You may want to put an inspiration on this.
I will spend an inspiration on that. See if it
Excellent.
helps.
Go for
That
it.
is a natural. So I guess.
A natural
that
what?
was
You cut out.
a natural 1.
No, that's the opposite of a good thing.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's not great.
Okay, so you go at his eyes, and he sort of like lurches back. He's like, ah, as the demon raven is clutching for his eyes, and he like ducks deliberately out of the way. So next up is Ugna. I would like you to make some rolls against these guys.
Sounds good. Still making the. Oh god, that's a nat 20.
Okay, he ain't breaking free, and you're going to double your damage.
Yep.
Why don't you roll your damage on that guy first?
Sure. Still just a d4?
2d4 because you
Yeah.
rolled a nat 20.
That's a 4 and a 4. I just rolled.
That's extremely good.
That's
so
a lot. 8, it's a
9, 10,
16.
11, 13. So,
Oh,
13, right?
13 twice, yeah.
Yeah.
So 26.
No, the extra dice is the crit.
Oh, right.
So it's
Right.
13.
Yep.
But now roll on the other guy.
Yep. I rolled a
Let's see if he breaks free.
12 plus 8 on him, so that's a dirty 20.
Okay, he actually beats you, so he
Okay.
is going to break free of your hold.
Oh, is that my athletics?
Yes.
Okay, then that is an additional 3. So that is a
So 23?
23.
Yeah, he's still going to break free. I
Okay,
rolled
gotcha.
a 17. He has more than a +6.
Gotcha. This guy's good.
Okay. What are we doing here? Oh yeah, I'm seeing those votes are coming in. Keep them coming, folks. And that is going to, yeah, so he breaks free. The guy who was doing all of the interrogation is broken free from your grasp. The other guy is not looking great. And in fact, I completely forgot that you had an extra attack
Last time? Yeah.
before your action surge, and your action surge gives you both of those attacks.
Mm-hmm. So I would have had 2 more attacks on him.
Yeah, I'd like you to just roll
those.
roll 2 more dice.
Okay.
That'll be 1 each.
Right.
Let me know what your totals are with your plus 11.
Yep. 21 on the first one, and 18 on the second.
Good enough. And then do it again
Okay.
for the extra one from the action surge that we missed.
God.
I'm just determining whether you've actually taken one of these guys out completely
30
already.
and 23.
Yep. So nobody broke free earlier. So roll me your 1d4 plus 5 damage again twice for each of them.
Yep. So that's a 7 and a
Track of your total damage here.
7 and a 9 on the first one.
Oh, who did we just lose? Oh, there we go. Second one?
A 6 and an 8.
Okay. So the guard who had originally been outside the tent, this current round, you have a second attack on him. So go ahead and roll, although he rolled really crap, he's not going to break free.
Right.
Just give me the damage.
Okay. 4 plus 5 is the 9.
He is unconscious. You have choked him out completely in 2 rounds.
Good.
The other guy broke free. So you have you have whatever you want to do with your second attack with your offhand here. This guy is broken free. He's kicking around, able to do something. Oh, technically, no, that's right. Your second attack is a bonus action, so you don't have another one there.
I don't have another one.
Or your offhand. So yeah, so he's gotten free from you, but that's his attack. So you're now facing off against him. The other guy's out cold. So we've taken care of what's going on in that tent for the moment. I'll pick up with Tromlin in a minute because Randy is obviously otherwise occupied for a moment. So I'm going to come back to the tent with you guys. So Dave, you were up again. The guy you've been fighting has been stunned by this crazy mystical bone hook that has stuck into his body from out of nowhere. And the little old man is now visible. And the raven is going after his eyes, and he's trying to like shy away.
Is there any sense of how, like, where is he? Where's his life meter at this point? Like,
he's not looking super great.
Okay. So a couple questions I have about my abilities here. So the lightning attack, based on the infiltrator armor, what does that do?
It's straight up just an attack you can do as often as you want. It only does a d6 plus 3, but you can add an extra d6 to it once per round, which honestly you can only use it once per round, so that's pretty much all the time. So it's just like it's basically the attack that you can do that doesn't use any of your slots.
Right, and so is that, if I do that, that's my attack? That's the thing that I choose to do.
Yep.
Okay. And then
I think there's a few things you can do as a bonus action as well, but not a lot.
It says 5 foot extra move. On, what is that?
Yeah, that's in your movement. So your movement is 35 instead of 30. So that's already incorporated.
Understood. Okay. So, and then this raven are they still close to this guard? Like, if an attack of that nature is likely to also hurt them?
No, the attack is precision enough that there is no chance or no worry that you're going to hit the raven instead.
Okay.
Thanks for caring.
Well, I feel a kinship with someone who likes the brain as much as I do. Okay, I feel like that's gonna be my best. I also have this web, right?
Yep.
This web, I could shoot at him, and I could catch him in this web.
Yep.
But then that would be the only thing I do, right?
Yeah, and that would be the sort of thing you would do if you want to, like, exactly. If you want to, like, capture themselves. But you've got some companions here who seem to be doing damage on them already, so you might as well.
I think I'll just do this lightning attack.
Awesome. So you just roll a d20. You get a +7 to the attack.
Okay. Are there any bonuses I can add to that further? Or anything? I've got this flash
I'm
of
just-
genius.
Flash of Genius allows you to give your friends bonuses to their skill rolls. So not very relevant at the moment,
Not relevant at the moment. Okay, got it.
But-
Got it.
but you can just go
Okay.
for a straight up attack roll.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. That'll be a 6.
6 plus 7. You've still got inspirations if you want to do without a reroll. You have a pretty good chance of rolling better.
Yeah, let's try it.
Go for it.
That's an 8. That's better.
Better. With the total, that's going to hit it though. That's going to be a 15, which is enough to hit his armor class of 15. So you got him.
Okay. And
So
then what? So what about this? What about this lightning bolt with the 1d6? Or is this?
because it's this is your only attack this round. You can add to it and do 2d6. 2d6 plus 3.
Okay. So I should do that.
Although I actually think you might have an extra attack that I've forgotten about. Yes, you do.
There's extra attack, but I was just looking. I think it's level 5 and over.
Yeah, which you are. You have
am
that.
I?
So
Yeah.
So with your spell casting, well, no, with your spell cast, it's when you do a physical attack, not a spell.
Mhm.
This counts though.
Okay.
So you can zap him again after you roll the damage on this first zap.
Alright, so let me roll. So 2d6.
2d6 plus 3.
2d6 plus 3. Okay. So first one is 3. Second is 5. So that's 8 plus 3 is 11.
Cool. And then, can you remind me what damage Copernicus did with the hook? It was
Just
low,
8.
but it was 8. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I forgot to write down the number.
The real damage was psychological.
It's true.
Now you can do your follow-up action here, Dave, and zap him again if you wish.
How's he doing?
He's still kicking. These guys are pretty tough.
Okay. Okay. So and I'm super offense right now.
Yep.
For sure. So I've got this. Look at my other options here. The other ones don't seem to be.
I don't think I put down the equipment, but you're supposed to have like a firearm, like an actual gun.
Oh yeah, that's not on
attachment.
this. Oh,
Because I gave you the gunner feat. I gave you
yeah,
the gunner feat. So
There's plate armor, energy shield, and toolkits or whatever.
yeah, I
this
forgot
thing.
to write down other weapons. So
Tell me
yeah,
about
you-
this gun.
so you would have attached to like one of your like attachments is a basically a black powder weapon, like a blunderbuss
Hmm.
that
Is that
has to
likely
be
to be-
reloaded, but
Is that
it does
likely
quite
to
a bit of damage.
Okay, so that's likely to be effective.
Yeah, it can't fire it lots of times, right? But it's
Yeah.
worth doing.
Well, because this is the only guy around that's like in our area,
Yep.
right? So it's not like there's a melee coming after us. I am just looking here. I think that the only other thing I would consider is because he's got an axe, right? He was trying to hit me with an axe, and then is he still holding on to that axe? Because I've got a number of things that can like affect objects. So I wonder if there's something I could do to his object to make it hit him.
Because you've done an attack already, you're limited to physical attacks for this follow-up.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have like most of your spell options. So you're
Got it.
pretty much limited to either shooting with the gun or zapping him again with the lightning.
I think we did the lightning, and let's try the gun now. Let's just do. I feel like a
Alright.
combo. You got a
Perfect.
boom. Hit him
Go
from
for
above.
it.
Hit him from the front. All right, what am I rolling?
So again, a hit roll, a
D20.
D20 hit roll.
That's an
and-
8. I am in bad shape here.
With your bonuses plus 6, that's going to be 14. You're just going to be shy.
All right.
But
well,
I think. Oh no, sorry. You have advantage, so re-roll. Because he's stunned. I forgot. Copernicus stunned him.
11.
So 11 on the roll. So plot that you definitely hit him. You beat his armor class. So
Alright.
this does a base of 2d8,
Okay.
and then it also gets your plus 3 dex bonus.
All right. We got a 6, and we got a 3.
9, 10, 11, 12 damage. This guy's definitely bloodied now. 10, 20, 30, 40. You've done 43 damage to this guy, so he's well past his halfway. Well past. Okay,
Like,
so
he's
so
like
Turtle
Crisis
Man,
level.
yeah, Turtle Man holds up one arm and does like an Iron Man blast from the palm, Xarch, and then holds up the other arm, and a little pop-up blunderbuss fires a bunch of shrapnel with a loud explosion into this guy. He's not looking great, and he doesn't get a turn because he was stunned. So we move on to Perny again.
Yeah. Well, second verse, same as the first. It worked last time. I'm
Hit him
just gonna
again.
keep-
Are you going for the agonizing again?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Just don't forget to mark off your damage.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I'm
the
at,
sweet little old man is actually cutting himself as he casts these spells. He's got like this jet ebon black evil looking knife. He's cutting across his palm and then squeezing the blood as he casts the spell.
Oh, Grandpa's got a big one. 16.
That'll hit.
Yay! All right, better rolls this time. I'm hoping. Yes. 14 damage and a con save, please.
And he fails it again. He's very good at this. I want to emphasize he's actually good at these saving throws. I'm just rolling shit. What was that total? 14 damage?
Yeah, 14.
Okay. He's looking very, very poorly. Ugna, your foe here, pulls the axe from his belt and snarls as he attacks you.
Okay, that's a choice.
And he will hit you. Or spend a maneuver point on that. 15 damage, and you need to do a strength saving throw.
Thankfully, I'm pretty good at those.
Yeah, you're very good at those.
18.
Yeah, it's a crushing blow, but you are not knocked to your knees. But he has a second attack, which also hits you, and does 11 damage.
All right.
No saving throw this time. He's not spending another maneuver point on it. And he's going to save his action surge for now. And you recall fighting the barbarian warriors at the other camp, and he's striking you as that kind of guy.
Yeah. They're pretty tough, actually.
And then Glorpa is up again. You have already activated this spell, so you can keep using it. You want to attempt to
Spell?
gouge his eyes with your acid talons?
Oh, I forgot that was a spell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to attempt to roll higher than a 1 or a 6. That would be awesome.
Let's see if that happens.
Try it out. Alright, 17.
That is definitely higher than
A
1 or 6.
lot higher.
And then the damage on Primal Savagery is 2d10
Alright.
acid damage. Highly significant. Oh, I don't think I mentioned that the if you haven't noticed, the poll is over and you guys can be in the chat. No big deal.
Alright, so this is like the percentile one, right? I guess? Yeah. We got a 7 and a 6.
7 and
Or I
6,
guess
so
17 and 60.
13 acid damage to his face. He,
Alright.
oh yes, is your talons drip with this toxin
Oh,
that you
shit.
drive into his eyes, and he kind of shrieks in pain and collapses to the ground,
Alright.
blinded and otherwise not very happy at like 70 damage. So he is out.
Yay.
And if you want, you can
You're the
like
good guys.
you can get an eye.
Can I get an eye out?
Yeah, you can be pecking at that, just dangling from your beak.
Yeah.
Peck, peck, peck. Good.
I'm getting Barb flashbacks.
It reminds you of your married days.
You know, stealing hearts and plucking eyeballs.
Okay, so I'm going to temporarily separate these into 3 areas of thing happening. What do y'all want to do in this tent now? This all took just a few moments, right? Like a few rounds. So it hasn't even been like a full minute since the first explosion of thunder. But guaranteed, the entire camp
Yeah.
has been alerted
I was gonna ask
to
if I
the
could,
commotion.
while I'm still bird-like, because I might switch out of that sometime soon. Fly up so I can kind of get a view of who's coming towards us and who's close.
Oh, everyone is coming towards you.
Oh, okay. I don't even need to fly up to look at that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, here, what if she flies? I've got my rocket boots.
Yep.
Let's remember that. So I think I can also take off, grab this old man whom I can see with my gem of seeing, and
He's
And
no
then-
longer invisible anyway. Yeah.
he's no
Yeah.
longer visible
Alright.
anyway. Yeah, yeah. I can see him with my eyes now, and I think my hope being like seeing this raven fly away. I'm thinking, oh, she's booking it. So the great idea. Let's all book it, and then not realizing that she's just trying to get a vantage point. But then I'll hop into the air with these rocket boots, grab the old man, figure
This-
like, all right, let's regroup somewhere else.
This sounds like a great plan, and just to sort of expedite it, I am going to back up and spend that action surge with Ugna after all,
Oh yeah.
and that's a nat 20.
Ooh, no, that's a problem.
Oh god.
That's a problem
well,
for
it's-
old Ugna.
It's a grapple.
Right,
So,
right.
as Glorpa flies up to have a quick look around, and you're considering these plans, a gigantic orc lady with pink hair is tackled through the wall of the tent across the pavilion from this tent by the interrogator, who has just like put a shoulder down and just slammed into Ugna, and the two of them come ripping through the back of this tent and tumbling towards the rest of you. And Ugna looks, not in the best of shape. That's another 13 damage.
Ooh.
I was
Um,
really excited that a second pink-haired orc had just come in and was gonna attack.
Ugna versus
Um,
Ugna.
No,
Fight.
it was the aforementioned Ugna. So that Perny and
don't know who
Glorpa can
that is.
see the status of this.
She's on our
But-
side. Our side.
Okay, I mean, if that's the case, then if maybe I'm still interested in like vacating this. My thinking personally is that this guard, whom we've pummeled, is like in pretty bad shape. I don't feel threatened by him anymore. I would have liked if he'd been finished off, but the fact that he's not is less concerning to me because he feels like he's not in a position to do much damage. So I think if you, as you say, if the other guards are stirring and they're going to come closer, the other, barbarians are beginning to arrive, I feel like we gotta get out of here. So, but now, am I learning that from you, Perny, that this is somebody that you know? This is
I'll say-
actually.
Yeah. Okay, let's jet. I'll take care of. I'm gonna run over and tag Ugna with Fly and be like, it's a prank. Let's go. Start-
Like, just jump
As
on her
you're
back.
asking-
Yeah.
Yeah, as you're asking this question, you don't have to touch Ugna to cast that spell. Ugna's in range.
oh, okay.
So as you are sort of hovering with your rocket boots and
Mhm.
being like, are these friends? Who should I be bringing? And then suddenly the old man and the giant orc suddenly start flying as well, and
Shall
fly
I
up to
fling
join
you
you.
at anyone?
Ugna got hit by the axe and is still flying through the air and then just kind of keeps going.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, okay.
All
That guy hits good.
So
Best friend flight squad escape.
So me and the other and the orc and the old man and the raven are all airborne now
Yeah.
together, right? Or
So the only
at-
person still in camp is the one who has the most people trying to kill him. And
Good.
he's alone.
Smart.
And he's impersonating someone that he's never met. And
Good.
We
Leave
only
him.
vaguely
He's doing great.
mind beamed
Well-
to him the existence of.
Thanks, Melky.
I don't know who you are. Never met you. I've never met any of these people.
You are still in contact though,
So,
the rest
yeah,
of you guys.
yeah.
So,
So I'm
so
gonna
first
say
of
that-
all,
And I'm going to send Tromblin a message just saying, like, we are getting out of dodge, but we will be nearby to help you.
so in the process of your flying to get out of dodge, quite a few ranged weapons are going to attempt to interfere with this process. Starting with Ugna taking a thrown axe from this infuriated interrogator, which is going to hit. I don't think he's going to spend a maneuver on it. I'm just going to give you the damage. So 8 damage
Okay.
from the axe.
Ow.
And you notice as he does so, now that he's like snarling and yelling up at you and raging at you, he starts shouting orders.
And I throw the fart knife at him.
He starts shouting with the gadget hand.
Yeah. I'm aiming for that throat to cut off his vocals, but you tell me.
Go ahead and make me a d20 roll.
All right. So we have. I've got. Can I use my flash of genius on this? +4.
No, that's for skill rolls only. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Here we go. 12.
With your bonuses, that's not going to break his armor class. So yeah, it goes flying at him, and he basically, has to dodge out of the way. But as he's doing so, Ugna, you notice
odor also. Remember the odor.
Oh yes.
That's
Having
stanky.
dodged out of the way, he continues to move out of the way because he's like, oh God, that stupid. So he actually no, you know what? I'm going to give a perception roll for this.
Sure.
Specifically, Glorpa, Copernicus, and Ugna. The 3 of you, I need to roll perception.
Natural 19.
Because for all 3 of you, this is really the first chance you've had to get a good look at this guy
17.
from the front.
We got a 24.
Okay, 17 I think is not going to be enough for as you're flying away and being shot at and so forth to notice this detail. But Glorpa, with the keen eyes of the Raven, you notice that this guy has the dagger with the blood drop, like others have had, but he actually has 4 blood drops.
Whoa!
Ooh. It's like a general or something.
And a second smaller dagger beneath the first, facing the other direction.
Okay.
And he begins shouting at anyone who can hear him, like, shoot them down! Shoot them down! He's furious,
Oh God.
practically foaming at the mouth. And so a number of arrows are coming your way. I'm just going to roll a bunch of dice. David, a whole bunch of them just skip harmlessly off of your shell. Only 1 arrow finds a mark and does 8 damage to you, which you can note down. Glorpa, your armor class is improved by being a raven, and you manage to evade arrows. Copernicus, you are going to get tagged by 2 arrows.
Okay.
For a total of 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14 damage.
Okay.
And Ugna, the largest target, get the most dice rolls against you. And luckily for you, a lot of them are shit.
Good.
You managed to only get hit by 2 arrows as well.
I've got my hammer out and I'm trying to knock them away before they come and hit me.
Yeah, 15 damage total.
Ouch. Ooh,
You still doing okay?
Let me do some quick math right there.
Yeah, because I know you've been hit a bunch.
Yep.
You may need to do a healing surge.
Ooh boy. I am not unconscious by 3 hit points.
Jeez, dude.
Also, remember, you get the orc thing when you do
Yeah,
hit.
it's true.
When you hit 0, you
So,
get to stay conscious at
Ugna
1.
looks like she's bleeding pretty freely, but she's still flying.
Just draining blood
Yeah,
over the camp.
I can't really heal you up there.
No. It's fine. I'm still good.
Yeah.
I'm still good.
Oh my God.
So
Don't worry,
meanwhile,
things are looking rosy.
Ah,
Rosie,
Rosie.
speaking of
Oh,
Rosie, meanwhile, Tromlin, Shaylin, at your suggestion to get you out of there, scooped you up in her surprisingly powerful arms and bolted amongst the into the maze of tents to try and deliberately moving around to lose any sort of pursuit. And at your suggestion to get you to the edge of the camp, she has taken you to the far edge of the camp. You still have suggestion going if you want to refine this further.
I mean, I'm trying to think what I could get her to answer or do. I guess you could ask her questions.
Yeah.
My child is doing this really weird thing where she's just sucking in the air. I don't know why. It's freaking me out. Kids are great. Don't make them. Should I do a concentration check before I do anything?
No, you're good. You haven't been like injured or anything especially bad for your concentration.
I'll just ask her the most obvious question a lover who hasn't seen someone in 5 years say, what have you been doing?
What's with all these crazy cultists?
Yeah, what is going on here? Because I think that's a reasonable question to ask.
Yeah.
She will say, just trying to decide how the history would relate to Rosie specifically. She says something along the lines of, I've been finding power. I've been making sure that they never hurt us again. I've been making sure that I can show them all.
That's really sad. I will attempt to soothe her and say, you don't have to do that. You were perfect as you were.
You know what it was like. You know how hard it's been. I found magic that is making a place for myself.
Trauma's trying to think how he would react to a former lover saying this, and that would be concern. And the immediate question, but at what price? Nothing like this is free.
So what is your general goal here at the moment?
I'm trying to figure out what is going on. I'm trying to actually find out her side of why she's doing all this.
But I mean in the short term, because like the plan as it was expressed to me previously was to get Shaylin Tark alone.
Get her alone, get her away from the battle so she can't aid in it, and basically pump her for information more than anything else.
Do you want to, with your suggestion, do you want to basically say, let's go somewhere alone?
Yes,
they can handle this.
Idea. Like we need, like your men obviously do not need you.
You could try to get her out in the woods where it's easier for you to get away.
And I don't know how they're going to react to me. They weren't real thrilled with me being there, as I just got blown up across the room.
Okay, I'm going to give her a second saving throw on this. Nah, it's good. So yeah, you say let's get somewhere alone. And she takes you. Do you want to push to get out of the camp, or are you okay with her just taking you to like a,
I will flat out say
personal
these men scare me.
Why don't you roll me a persuasion here? This is ideal, I think. An ideal time for you to turn on the charm.
Is that one of the things I get advantage on? I can't remember.
Let's see here.
I know I got proficiency in it. Or got a dot on it at least.
Yeah, you've got the big +10. I don't know that...
That's fine. That's still pretty good. Not my strongest. 23.
23. I'm going to roll her insight to see if she can see through this. She's rolled well, but not quite that well. insight is going to be +6. Yeah, you got her beaten. So, yeah, you kind of start playing up the, I'm afraid these men, I've already been hurt. And so she starts to take you towards the back gate.
Mm-hmm.
But as she does so, she will say, "How did you even get in here? How did you get in past the guards?"
That is an excellent question.
Talk fast.
It's time for
Oh.
fast talk.
Oh, trickster rogue.
This will be when I roll a fucking 1, won't it? She's like, truthfully, I saw a door open. That the guards weren't paying attention. I was scared to ask them, but I was like, I knew you were here. I knew if I get to you, I might be safe. Again, I'm talking real hoarsely. I'm rubbing at the wound on my throat. It's like, I've faced so much trying to find you.
Okay, give me
it was...
a deception roll.
Yes.
At disadvantage.
Ooh.
Boo. That would be a 13. Can I spend a
inspiration
point to reroll that 13?
Yep, you still have a couple inspirations left.
All right, then I'm gonna reroll 13 at least.
I mean, 13 is pretty decent.
Yes, but it's a difference of either a 28 or a 13, or now a 27 or a 28.
Ooh.
Well, the 13 would have been a 23, right? You have a +10?
No, that was a 13 modified.
It's like a
I rolled
3.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah. So the new roll is a 27?
Yes.
That definitely will do it.
I would like Trollan to live.
You get the impression, so she gives you kind of a look, but doesn't say anything. And as you get to the gate, she sees that it has been sealed. The guards aren't there because they've run to deal with, to respond to the explosion, which means that the gate is basically tied. This is like a little sally port that's been tied closed. And she goes, "We'll be safe enough here." And she takes you to sort of, there's like a supply tent nearby, and she takes you inside there. So you are still in the camp.
Because that would be stupid, and it'll give her a chance. I'll say, I trust you, and I squeeze her hand. And I was like, she was a barmaid, right?
Yep.
I was like, besides, how long have I been a barmaid? You don't think I've gotten a little resourceful over time? Trying to avoid terrifying men?
And she'll say, where have you been all this time? You never sent word.
Well, I went to take care of my mother. And she passed. Time to really perform this. Honestly, I just was scared you wouldn't want me anymore after everything happened, and then I heard tales of a woman out in the hills leading men, and someone, loose lips in a bar, mentioned a name, and I said, there can only be one Shaylin. This brash, so I came looking. It hasn't been the most pleasant journey. Perform, deceit.
God, now I am shipping
so far
Shaylin
this
and
is-
Rosie.
So far, this has been.
I wish this was
that's fine.
real.
New quest.
No,
Let's
no.
just go get Rosie and reunite
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
You find Rosie. I'm married.
Look.
I'm gonna have kids. Shit.
Right. Well, we may have made some promises on your behalf.
I'm not completely convinced Trauma's a good guy anymore, as much as he's leading this poor woman on. Yeah, she's killed a bunch of people.
Come on.
Yeah, don't forget this is the person who's been started this whole gang war.
Yeah, she killed an
And-
entire caravan full of people from town.
Who hasn't?
I mean, fair.
In this world, maybe it's true.
So, yeah, no, that's going over. That's going over well. So now at this point, you begin to hear the shouts coming from further in the camp as the other guy is like shouting orders to shoot them down, shoot them down. And Shaylin is has a moment is like going, wait here, and is gonna moves to like go see what's going on.
Okay. Like, I can't think of a way to prevent this from happening that won't fuck with shit. So I'm like, okay.
I mean, you could try and just convince her to stay. Like you've
Okay,
got,
I was like, do they really need
you can get weepy and grab her by the hand and be like, no, stay with me, or what? Like
Don't leave me alone with these men.
You have all the tools in your arsenal,
It's like,
in your social
it's been
arsenal.
I'll grab her hand. It's been 5 long years for both of us. Look how many men and how many arrows they have. Do they really need you right now? More than we need each other? Trauma feels like a douchebag right now. It's like, oh god, I'm an asshole. I'm catfishing. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna have an enemy for life when this is done.
Well, it depends. Remember, you guys so you kind of have to think about what your end game is here, because I don't know if you guys are planning to actually kill Shaylin Tark, or
Who knows?
what.
Well, the problem is we have
She
no
might be
information
planning on
about
killing
her,
me.
and this is a point to get good information. So, like, Randy's our spy.
That's what
I
I'm
feel like we kind of
trying
sent
to
you in
do.
without explaining anything besides what to dress up as.
Yeah. We're just like,
Yeah.
you'll figure it out.
Sorry.
I am
Look, you left us
frantically
for
thinking.
one episode.
I am frantically thinking to the group, please go away, please go, just escape, just go, just fucking go. This will be so much easier if you're not all levitating above the camp.
Peter, we didn't hear that.
Oh,
We
you're,
can't
you're
hear you,
muted.
Peter.
At some point, I did want to send Tromlin a message saying that we have escaped, but we will be nearby if you need. I'll check in, and you just think when you need rescue.
I don't reply because I don't want to waste that spell. So.
No, you can respond in your mind.
Yeah.
You just think back.
Thank you. We'll remember this. I have Shaylin believing me I'm her lost love.
So I think I need you to make me a persuasion roll on this latest one.
Oh god. Yeah. They're getting harder. I guess makes sense. 22. I got 12 total, so 22.
Hey, so this one isn't going to go over. Do you particularly want to spend an inspiration?
Like, as in she doesn't believe me, or she's just like, no, I've got to do my job.
As I've rolled higher, but
Yeah.
before this plays out, you have the ability to do a reroll if you want to.
Maybe not worth it, because it sounds like she'll come
Yeah.
back to talk to you.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's not like I'm just trying to persuade her to stay. I'm not trying to tell her a long lie. If she's about to say, I have to do my job, I can say, I understand, I'll wait for you. That's fine. That's not the end of it.
Okay. Cool. So she basically does, I'll be right back, and you sort of allow this to happen. So she leaves the tent, and you're in there alone for a bit. Meanwhile, the rest of you have flown out of the range of arrow attacks. There's a few more that come, like you're by the rules, it takes you a couple of rounds to get fully out of the range. but we're dealing with like extreme range attacks that will be with penalties and disadvantage, and I'm just not going to bother rolling it. Maybe it takes one more arrow and goes down to 1 hit point, but then uses a healing surge.
Yep.
I'm assuming you want to use your healing surge anyway. Do you want to roll
I
that?
definitely do.
Let's get your hit points back. So
Are they firing on Shaylin's, what they think is Shaylin's Raven?
no,
No.
they are not. Actually, I forgot about that. They wouldn't have been shooting at the Raven at all. So it doesn't matter that I didn't hit Glorpa. They wouldn't have.
That's
This is a
murder.
little suspicious that I'm flying with you guys at this point.
Well, it depends on are you flying like with them in formation, or are you going
I
off?
like to think I was, even if I wasn't clever, I'd be so all over the place anyway that I'd be off
Yeah.
a little bit.
Make it look like you're chasing us.
Ha! There you go. Not intentionally. I didn't
Yep.
think about it.
Well, my
Um,
goal is definitely try and get back to my ship. And
Oh
I
yeah,
figured
where's your ship?
That's yeah. How far is the ship? Do I know where it is?
So you have the navigation skills to know where in the hills it was. So as you guys fly and you kind of get your bearings and you get high enough, you recognize enough landmarks to be like, that's the ravine over that way is where they grounded me.
All right. So and it's not like hovering in the air somewhere. It's kind of
No, it's like hovering right above
Right.
the ground, basically down in the valley.
got it. All right.
But
well,
you
that's
can
where I
pilot
wanna
it once
head,
you get
and
to
I-
it.
Exactly, and we can
Yeah.
take it wherever we want to go, and that's a safe place because obviously it's been defending itself from these attacks. I don't know. Are there still people trying like over where the ship is, trying to get on the ship, or
You'll have
they
to
abandoned it?
see when you get there.
Having some friends along to help
Sure.
beat them up is not a bad idea.
Well, I mean, and I think my move would be to try and like move that direction so that we can do some recon, see what the situation is
Yep.
over where the ship is.
So you can sort of like follow me and head in that direction.
I don't know who you people are, but what I do have is a safe place and a method of conveyance away from this unsafe place. So, you all seem to be moving of your own volition, so we may part ways, I suppose, but that's where I'm going to go. If you would like to come, I welcome you as friends. It's easy to make friends with me because, as you can tell, I'm a friendly man.
Oh, I don't know who Volition is, but I'm happy to be your friend.
Perfect. We will come with you.
I like friends.
I believe that you in fact took the likable background trait.
I did.
He's just so likable.
He's likable. All right,
He's
so
like this crazy old turtle man.
So moving, yeah. So we go over. We're flying through the air. We identify the ravines. It's right over this way. I recognize this ravine anywhere. Ravines are all different. They're like fingerprints, except my fingerprints are all identical due to a fire accident. So these ravines, though, they're very distinct. And I remember there's this one over here that looked like a curvy, sexy person next to this other curvy, sexy person. And as the two of them are intersecting in an erotic way, that's right where I guided my ship.
We call them
Aha.
Scissoring Hills.
I see its envelope peeking above the mounds, the fleshy mounds that are actually made of rock,
Scissoring
but
Hills.
resemble
Oh god.
fleshy mounds. I'm not fleshy myself, being reptilian in nature. However, I've heard many stories about the pleasures of flesh. Meanwhile, I'm more rubbery myself.
There's pleasures to rubber too, so.
Well, we are friends, aren't we? Don't worry, my ship is very well appointed.
Oh god damn it.
Oh no. I'm just
So we
Kinky
so
turtle
we
man.
move toward the we move. You know, we sensually weave through the curves in the hills, and we come across I presume the ship. You could tell us.
yeah, indeed.
Well-
As you come down between these two hills, it becomes apparent to everyone because there's this huge
We've come in this
gas bag
there's a
above the.
cleft in these two
yeah.
rounded areas, and we're navigating right betwixt.
And nestled firmly in between is this.
Right in the bosom. Right in the bosom of these
Held
hills.
sensually.
Sorry, we're all very distracted by your adorable doggy.
Hey, buddy.
I mean, if you weren't wearing headphones, I would say he heard my voice. And
Aw.
he's
Yeah.
excited because
And he was just like,
I sound so nice.
He wants to fly sensually towards your ship.
Yeah, he realized that's fine. It unlocked something in his little dog.
Sounds good. no, that's in Glorpa's brain. I'm sure.
Always.
So the so you get back there and you can see there's a fire burning nearby, and there's a pair of guards. They've clearly given up, at least for now, trying to get on this thing since they had this alternate plan of like interrogating you. And they've just got a couple of guys standing guard here, watching over the place.
So if we are airborne, the ship is airborne. The guards cannot reach the ship. They cannot access the ship. We
No, you
don't
can
even
just
have to
completely you
engage
can-
these
Yeah.
guards.
Do you have
You can
remote
just-
start?
on the
You can
other
just like
side.
beep beep it, and then it'll come up to meet us.
Exactly. Yeah. I'll call my homunculus familiar.
Yep. In fact,
Learning.
once you get close enough, you can literally just command him to start like hitting levers, and the ship will start to rise off the ground.
Engage the gizmos.
And these two guards are gonna jump up and be like, "What?" Like one of them's asleep and one of them's like on guard, on watch, and he like to grab, it's like slapping the other guy, going, "Whoa,
homunculus.
Jim, what do we
Empty
do?"
the sewer ballast tanks.
Did you say soup ballast?
No, the
Soup
sewage
ballast.
ballast.
Oh.
Oh, that's worse. That's much worse.
There is a
It's sort
privy
of
on
soupy.
I'm saying,
Yeah.
I'm saying this out loud as we're going through the air. There's a privy on the ship. I like to fill it up and dump it on various things. This will be a prime target.
I like this guy.
Yeah.
Puts
I'm
out
glad that
their
we're
fire and just
privy to
covers
that
them.
information.
Yeah, it
Good
just opens up
stench.
this hatch, this series of hatches and tubes, so it can really aim precisely. And then just as it gets above the guard, I'm imagining the guard being like, "Whoa," and then just right in there.
Laugh track.
Good.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Poop deck joke.
So you find yourselves on the deck of this crazy like clockworky airship. There's a little clockwork man pulling levers and making things drive.
Shoveling
And-
coal.
Yep.
Wow, this is really cool.
Yeah.
Of course, it's
like a-
cool because I'm cool and I made it. There was some dumb stuff on here when I acquired this ship and I chucked it all over the side. I only kept cool stuff, and I made more cool stuff. See all this stuff? I made it.
It's really
Or I
cool.
stole it, or I bought it, or I acquired it in trade. All of these are valid methods of acquisition of many things.
As he's like talking, all of these like little like gadget arms are like popping out of the armor and like
Just
tweaking.
start making tea. It's just
Yep.
this is like it's boiling some water, and this one has a little Bunsen burner flame. This one has a little has like a tea infuser. I'll put the kettle on. The kettle's in my shell.
So
Get some pico tea.
when you get knocked ass over tea kettle,
it's
it's
literal.
Literal.
I'm just,
Literal.
Literal.
I'm just knocked ass. Because the ass is the tea kettle. That's what
Yeah, these are the
My
details.
ass is a tea
the
kettle.
ass is the tea kettle. Yeah.
I wasn't gonna ask,
I like-
but you did it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, because
I like
there's this little
be
Bunsen
all
burner,
with
as
that.
I mentioned, and it's fed via natural gas. Natural gas.
The natural ass.
I'm just imagining
I-
that your little turtle tail is actually just a spout for your teapot.
Oh, God.
like the logic that it's like, no, I
the
built
tail
a
is-
tea kettle into the ass of the shell so that I can never be knocked down. As everyone knows,
It's
being knocked
impossible.
over is, yeah, you can't have the ass go over the tea kettle if
You
they are
need-
the one and the same.
If the tea kettle is there, it can't happen.
No one ever
This
says
guy's
tea kettle over
genius.
ass.
And the little mechanical tail just goes like, pook, and then like a little spout comes out and just. Would you like some
It's a cup
tea?
of tea.
All the arms come out with little teacups. Would you like some tea?
I'm shaking my
So
head.
this is
because
all
I'm
of you,
the
right?
first
There's no one
Thank
else
you.
we need to rescue or anything like that. We can just
Tromblin.
leave a hole and make for safe skies, right?
Nope.
Well, my grandson Few is in disguise in the camp and is currently
Seems safe.
but
Great.
may need
Well,
imminent
let's get
rescue
go-
at any moment at all,
Ah.
with no notice, and also we don't know where he is.
So let me say this, and I don't mean to sound crude or crass, and I hope you'll take this in the spirit for which it's given. But just so I can have some tea. Good ass. What's your deal?
We are we came here to do one job on behalf of some people, and we found out that the job was much bigger than we expected. And that job is that woman down there that my grandson Few is responsibly not seducing, but making inroads with, is possibly in a position to slowly conquer the entire world. And we think we have an opportunity to stop her.
You know, in my 835 years, I've seen people try to conquer the world many times. Some of them succeeded. I've seen many people try to stop others from conquering the world. And you know, the amount of damage that one did versus the other, basically equal. So,
You're speaking of the Avengers
listen,
Accords.
I mean, I wish you luck. You're welcome to. I gotta check my cargo and everything. Ultimately, I do have to get this over to Fort Knife, and across the hills.
Suburb of Ravenfall.
Suburb of Ravenfall. Yeah, it's sort of the
Fort Knife.
It's
I've been there.
It's like a jetty.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know
Yeah,
the
I've
jetty.
been there.
Yeah,
It's usually where they put up all the wrestlers whenever we're in town for a match. Oh, if you're going to Ravenfall though, watch out. There's a Raven cult, and that's these guys that we just fought, but they're there too, I think, or something.
Yeah, well, because there's a raven right here on the ship, right? Is this your pet?
I'm a cool raven.
No, she's cool.
Oh, you're a
different.
cool raven.
Yeah.
You all look alike to me. Excuse me.
That's okay. I get it all the time.
You can turn back anytime here if you
I
want.
don't want to. This is awesome.
You can always turn back into a raven.
Oh, it's right. Nah, I feel really good like this though.
You're good.
Cool.
All right. Well,
If you,
I mean,
if you are as old as 800 years old, were you do you remember the warlord Chaka Khan and his whole thing?
Chaka Khan.
Lane, is that a thing he would remember? Because that was a pretty big world event.
Sure. There was a point in time when you were working mostly away south because the north was in turmoil, and you vaguely remember that name as like the warlord that was like causing all the wars in the north. But you know what you did at the time was just avoid the north and do business in the south instead. That's the nice thing about having airships.
Just go wherever you want. Yeah, that's
Go
a
away
name,
from the war.
It's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Long time. Nope.
Just curious.
I mean, I think I have some. I've got some very old textbooks that might have some information, like like
Is there a
pre-war.
library? Oh, is there a
like,
library
down,
on board?
Yeah, down in the lower decks. I just keep artifacts and things that I find. I'm a bit of a collector, you see, and I have some might call it a hoard, some might just call it a curio cabinet the size of the whole deck of the ship.
Oh, are you a dragon? Because I thought you were different. Sorry.
Hey, turtles are reptiles.
I mean, they say I might have some, dragon blood, deep, in my ancestry.
Cabinet.
In my cabinet, yeah. It's in a crystal vial. It sparkles in the light. It's amazing. If you pour it on gold, I don't know if you've ever heard of this about dragon blood. You have like a gold, like a coin or something. It's a great trick. You pour the dragon blood on it, and it actually clutches it. like the blood actually makes it like you can't pour it off. You can't pour it off. The problem is that the gold isn't. It's worth nothing then because it corrodes it. So don't only do it if you're fabulously rich. Have gold to spare, as I once
Oh.
was.
So, in the interest of time, I'm just gonna. I just want to get in here a quick question for some. So, what do you guys want to do? What do you want to have as a goal here regarding Tark?
So
Because at one point you talked about killing her. At one point you've just talked about getting her away from the Night
think-
Slayers.
The problem is we don't really know what her deal is yet. Like we don't know why she's doing this other than power.
Because you have various options if you want to just get a hold of her.
Because what I want to do is tell Tromlin, we have escaped successfully. We have an airship and a pilot, and we can move quickly. If you can get us near a point where we can extract you, we can try and pick you up with Shaylin. So tell us where you are, and we're standing by. And then I desperately want to ransack the library for any history texts relevant to the rise of Chaka Khan.
Ransack is a word I don't really like, but go on.
We can deal with that later. But in the interest of getting through what we need to get through in the next 20 minutes or so. So you send word to Tromlin saying that,
we have
more or less.
all of that, yeah.
You can reiterate just so we got it clear.
Yeah. We have escaped with a captured turtle who is the captain of an airship. He is the best person I've met in 50 years. Yourself excluded. Love you, your grandfunkel. We are standing by to come extract you the moment you need us, and if we can take Tark with us, that would be ideal. But everything rests now in your hands. Good luck. No pressure. Love you very much. Grandfunkel Bernie.
Actually, Granddad, Velma, stop, baby, please. Do I think Velma, Joe? Quiet, please. Do you think if she thought the group had kidnapped me, she'd come looking?
She might try and grab you.
I was going to say probably not on her own when she has
she'd bring
control
a
of an
bunch
army.
of army.
But it would also distract the army in a way that they're not working on their current mission.
So maybe the plan is try and get Tromlin to find out what he can about Shaylin, and then we'll abduct.
So
Rosie?
we don't really have time to go through a whole bunch of ongoing conversation, and also the longer that Tromlin tries to keep up the pretense, the greater the chance
that
something will be said that doesn't fit. I've already actually made a couple of these rolls with advantage because something was said that didn't perfectly fit Rosie. So there's only the longer you have him talking to
the less good it is.
The more likely the disguise is going to fail.
But couldn't he, as Rosie, have advantage to performances to keep her attention because of?
Oh yeah.
And I say this with all pun intended. Is he not, as a performer, Rosie the Riveter?
Yeah.
Well, then I think his riveting performance should easily hold her attention until we abduct her with an air.
So what is your plan for the abduction? That's basically the point. You definitely can make distractions.
Mm-hmm.
You certainly have the ability to summon some pretty spectacular ones, as we've seen in the past.
We still have fly active, don't we? So we could literally fly down and grab her. Although that puts us in range of the arrows.
And what kind of grappling hooks and net guns and other hunting contraptions might you have?
Well,
if one were to say forcibly abduct a bandit lord from the center of her
listen, I understand about forcible abductions. What I have are there's mooring ropes, of course, with various hooks and so on upon them. There's cargo netting. which you could attach to said mooring ropes. If you could get somebody into the netting, you could then cinch the netting and hoist them aboard. If they were not going to hold on to the ropes of their own volition, one of my favorite words. There is.
Was that the robot?
You probably wouldn't be interested in this at all, but I do have a barrel full of glue that was left over from another. I was just going to throw it overboard because it's just extra weight, but it is very sticky glue that just gets on everything. And if you were to put a human or any kind of a person being, in the glue, they would be immobilized fully. So it's very dangerous. I probably should throw it away.
That sounds perfect. Hear me out. I think we should, all of us that aren't piloting the ship, cover ourselves in glue, all go into a cargo net, and you just drop the net with all of us. And if one of us gets a hold of Shaylin, or the net, or the glue, something will stick, and then we'll just haul ass, and we'll get.
We could
get
just
right
put the glue on the net. Nobody
Yeah.
does. People don't need to be involved.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
We
mean,
could
Unless you
fire
can
the
cast some sort
glued
of
net
magic that will,
at
that will-
Shaylin.
That will like levitate a person from here into the net. Like if you can do like a magic that like will fling them into the net, they will stay in that net because the glue is very strong.
Okay,
I
new,
can,
new plan, grab Shaylin. Right.
yeah,
Right.
yeah,
But also
I think that's what
Tromlin. We've got to get Tromlin.
yeah. Well, he'll
Because of your artificer abilities, you actually can basically build in pretty much instantaneously the device that you need.
A glue harpoon gun.
Yeah,
Net.
between the parts that you have here and your artificer tinkering abilities, you can effectively just quickly put together like some kind of combination net harpoon gun with like a massive long rope that you can shoot to capture somebody.
As long as these people can get within line of sight. So if they're in a building, they should vacate the building. If there's arrows and so on, obviously we can only be there for a short period, but we can shoot a thing that will get the thing, and then they'll return to up where we are, and then they'll be on top of the ship instead of underneath it.
Okay, and I can.
This is a
I
great
have
plan.
a very good fishing rod that I can use to try and pull Shaylin into the net if the net doesn't hit. So we just need to get that close, and I can do the rest. I think this plan is foolproof. I'm gonna say, Tromlin, we're coming in hot. We're gonna get her out in the open, and we've got a big net and some glue. It's bound to work.
Let me check and see how long my longest rope is, which will determine the altitude we'll have to be at.
We're
yes,
measuring
indeed.
our rope.
I got
Indeed.
50 feet of rope.
It's 3 miles long.
That's more than
So
50 feet.
we could get, really, however close, we could go higher if you want and just make it very tall. If you want to do that, we can do that. Or if you want to get close, we can do that. So really, it's up to you.
You're sending word to Tromlin. What exactly are you telling him?
I said that we're coming with a big net covered in glue, but it's really good glue and a great net. And we need you to get Shaylin out in the open so we can net you guys and make off into the sky with you.
Ask if they want to do it very long. Ask if they want it to be 3 miles long.
Would you like a 3-mile rope, or we can do a shorter one? The turtle really wants to know.
Determines how I mount the reel.
Tromlin is just
He
like,
needs
at
to
this
mount
point,
the reel.
At this
Again,
point,
Randy?
Tromlin's thinking, hello? You hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
No, I can hear you. Just
At this point, Tromlin's just thinking about, can I just live my life as Rosie and just never see the group again? Just like move on. 3 miles seems excessive.
He says 3 miles seems excessive.
Okay, no, I figured that, but I thought maybe just in case we should ask.
Hey, you know.
We probably don't want to go too low though, because those guys got some real arrows. I say
that's
pulling
right.
like
How
one
about-
of the arrows out of
let's-
my shoulder.
I would think 2 miles probably feels safe to me.
What about 60 feet, and I can still hook her with the fishing rod. 60
I don't. Is that measurement feet? Does that convert to? How does that convert to miles? Is that like 1 mile? Is that half a mile?
It's a very small amount of a mile.
And they use really weird measurements down in the south.
I'm just gonna hold up my foot and be like, 1 foot is this much.
And then, so 60,000 of those?
Just 60. Just 60.
Oh. Well, if you want, all right. Yeah, we can. Sure, if you want, we could do. Yeah, sure.
But,
All
It's a
right.
little bit less dramatic, is all. But that's fine.
so Glorpa certainly has the option, still being a red-eyed raven, of going back and checking out things and seeing what's going on, because the
Yeah.
raven is supposed to be there, right?
Yeah, of course.
It's your camp.
So you
I'm
can
on vacation at the moment.
basically go in and kind of take stock of things.
Oh,
Now that you guys
No.
have like flown away and been out, out of sight, a raiding party is being put together and sent in the direction of the ravine where the ship was. But mainly, the guy who was interrogating is like barking orders at people to like secure things and make sure everything is fine. And Shaylin Tark has come to him to sort of check in with what's going on. And you can listen in and hear that they're basically washing their hands of this matter with the as they say, the damn turtle, the damn ship, because they've lost control. Shaylin is insistent.
Velma, stop.
Shaylin is in particular is angry that they've lost a particular item. There's something in the cargo that Shaylin is angry that they're not going to get their hands on.
I will actually send word to my grandfather that there's something in that ship Shaylin is very angry she does not have. I do not know what.
Well, this is what Glorpa overhears, but Glorpa can send word just as easily. And then after a while, Shaylin is going to come back to the tent where Tromlin is, once things have kind of calmed down a bit. So she comes back in wanting to continue your conversation. So what tactic are you going with here now, Tromlin, now that you've heard about this plan?
And I'll update you on our ETA every couple minutes.
I'm going to try to coax her to basically like talk to me, like what, and at the same time like spin and say like, okay, well, after I last saw you, this, and then try to get her to tell some things, like coax more information out from her, like what her life has been like the last 5 years. Eventually, I'm when they get closer, I'm going like, I need some air. I'm sorry, because it's a closed area, and I'm going to step outside.
Okay. Let's make a couple rolls to see how well you manage to keep up the facade for a bit here with your information fishing.
All right. What's the first roll?
So you're rolling more performance here. You're trying to keep this going.
Mm-hmm. That would be a dirty 20.
Okay, so far so good. I vaguely recognize the toy music as one of my niece's interests.
Yeah.
So the rest of you are trying to approach with this ship. There's only so close you can get before you will become very obvious and seen.
Yep.
You can extend that a bit, probably with something like a fog cloud spell that Glorpa could cast to try and like keep like a cloud around the ship until you get fairly close. But there's going to be a point where their hue and cry is going to come up. So,
Okay, Mr. Turtleman.
basically,
Are there any other crates that you need thrown over the edge?
Yeah, let me think about those crates. Let me run through my inventory of crates. I've got some bowling balls that I've never got paid for. You'd probably get rid of those. I've got some anvils. I was trying to. I got in a clearance sale. I was gonna try and settle them. I don't know
Oh,
when I'm
those
gonna get
those
around to
Acme
that.
brand ones. Those are good.
You can use those anvils. You
Those are
can have a
good.
couple of those. You can. Let's see. I had some. I was gonna start working out. You know, so I had this gym equipment. These big dumbbells, the big round ones with that. You know.
As you're
You
listing
would
all this
wear
stuff,
with like
Ugna's like looking at the crates and pointing into it until you're like, this one, and then she's just like lifting it up. And so like by the end of this, she's got like a crate full of bowling balls and some anvils and some weights stacked on top of that in like one arm. She's like, anything else?
I've got some a bunch of feathers. If you want those, you can have those, I suppose. I've
I hear
got
those
some
fall
blown up
just as
party
good as.
balloons.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all. I'm trying to think what else. I mean, is that useful to you at all?
Yeah. And I'm like starting to run them upstairs now to like the edge of the ship and stack them up. Like Craig can open one of the boxes of. I'll run back down, grab that.
Looking for stuff to throw.
Just shit to throw on these guys.
Okay, so Randy,
I've got a bunch of golf balls.
Oh yeah.
I have eyeballs painted on them. It was going to be a novelty thing, but
Got it.
didn't really sell.
Randy, I need to know.
Yeah.
So, hue and cry is eventually going to happen. You have various possibilities to try and get Shaylin in the open in such a way that hue and cry doesn't immediately undo that. You have, for example, a number of spells that would be useful potentially. If all else fails, you have a sap.
I don't want to hit her if I can avoid it.
And you do have other. I mean, you have your other version of the sleep spell, for example.
If that works on her, I mean.
Well, it's hit point based, right? So it depends on how many hit points she's got.
Yeah, that is the issue. Let me see. Hold on. Let me pull that spell up. Oh, my child is distracted.
You roll 5d8 and then subtract hit points to see how it does. You can cast it at second level, which would make it 7d8.
I would probably do the 7th level. Because this is a little too important.
Yeah.
So 7d8.
You want to give it a shot and see if a sleep spell will enable you to do this? So you basically do that. I need to get some air, and you go outside when you hear from Perny that they are relatively close. And you can attempt the sleep spell. So you're rolling 7d8.
I'm so sad we've already spent our hero points, because this would be a real good moment for that.
Oh, shit. 10. 20. Oh, shit. That one. Alright. 35 points. Ooh. 51.
I think you overrolled that. 78.
Yeah, wait, that's it.
Yeah,
Hold
your
on.
maximum roll here is
I'm gonna
7
start
times
over.
8. Yeah.
I'm gonna start over. That's 9. Oh. 17, 20. So at 46 right now. Yeah, I rolled an 8d6 is what I did. Okay. So that is 32. Now 1. 40 points. 40.
So,
is it possible to cast that on the sly, like make it like not obvious I'm doing it? Like,
but that may not be enough hit points to take her down. So you may need to decide if you wish to start off at a lower number. So effectively do something like sap and cast the spell, but you can just try the sleep spell on its own.
Is there any way to
Hold
goose
on.
that more? Like, if we spent like a... I guess you can't take a black token because you've already taken one.
Yeah, I got
could.
2 black tokens as...
You could if you want to, but then you'd have 2 black tokens, which is...
I have 3.
No, you only have 1 right now.
Okay.
I gave you the other one back. You have you just have the new one right now. So if you
Okay,
take a
got
black
it.
token, you would have 2.
I think I know a way I could do this.
What do you think?
It's going to be tricky. It requires some acting before I get to sleep. And basically, I lead her outside, just basically go, "Oh, I've just missed you so much. Can I please hold you?" And when I hug her, inflict wounds. Cast at a 2nd level.
And the sleep.
And then some sleep.
Yep.
You
Is that
can
doable?
indeed do this. You can indeed do this. The only complication is that the wounding would be a surprise, and you would need to make the initiative roll before you cast the sleep spell. So you'd have to like
Hope you
win that
beat her.
initiative roll
Yep.
I'll
before
try
she
it.
does something, but it's doable.
I'll try it.
All right.
It's worth a shot.
Go for it. I'm not even going to make you roll to get her to hold you. That's not too hard. And then, so just go ahead and make the roll for the damage on the
40,
inflict.
10.
Yep.
Don't stop spitting.
Child.
A D10 or D8?
Inflict is D10.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
The D8
ASD.
for sleep. Oh, what's up? That's 30.
You rolled 3 10s?
Holy crap.
No, I casted a 2nd level spell.
Oh. I thought you were just rolling the 3d10, and I was like, holy
No, I
crap.
got 40-10. 40-10.
Yeah. That's still a pretty damn good roll.
Yeah, I got 2
Okay.
10s, and 8 and 2. So
now we roll off the initiative. So you hold her, and
Very
then
important to
suddenly
roll
she
high.
like the back arches and she gasps from the feeling of this spell.
what is
And
my
now you get to
initiative?
roll off for initiative.
Please, what is my initiative? Is this my dex modifier or?
Yeah, it's just +3.
Yep.
All right,
Please roll high.
18.
So that's a 21.
No, that's
Oh.
an 18 modified.
Total 18.
Yeah.
I have rolled. Drum roll. I rolled a 13. I'm looking up her bonus.
Ooh.
She has a +4. 17.
Holy crap.
Woo!
Tromlin's asshole has never been tighter.
You go first.
Sleep.
And sleep.
Keep the roll from before.
Okay. She like looks shocked at you and just eyes roll back and she crumples to the ground.
I
Just
catch her.
and an airship comes plunging out of the fog. Many arrows and like rocks and things are slung at this airship, but these guys don't have like siege weapons, so they're sinking arrows into the hull of the ship.
I'm also just like throwing bowling balls down at them.
Yeah, Ugna is like literally taking like whole dumbbells or bowling balls in her hand and like throwing them as ranged weapons, and they're like thudding, crunching through the camp as Pan lines up and takes a shot with this this crazy mechanism that he has pieced together out of random stuff, and it shoots a ball like it shoots like a canister, like almost like a rocket. You know, it says Stark Industries on it, and it like, with a rope trailing behind it, and it goes flying. And then at the last second, like the canister breaks apart, and this like sticky sap-covered net explodes out into a perfect ring. and lands. And Tromlin, you see this sticky net coming, and you realize that it is going to be kind of gross and just land all over you. And you do have the option to Misty Step out of harm's way if you don't want to be hit at the same time.
I gotta get up in that fucking boat. So
I mean,
let's
you
just
can.
fucking do it.
They're only 60 feet away. You can Misty Step onto the boat, or you can just
Oh.
Misty Step. You could Misty Step out into the fog and just rendezvous with him. You can talk to your grandpa.
You just step on board.
I'll just
That's
step
probably
onto the
the-
boat.
That's probably easiest because the boat's
Yeah.
a moving target.
Okay. Then I'll rendezvous with you. I'm out of here. I'm leaving her where you can scoop her up. I am taking her weapon with me though, just because fuck
Sounds
that.
good.
I'm not leaving her armed.
You grab
Yeah.
the.
And then Yep.
Okay, so you grab the weapon, and it is this. I'm just double checking that I've got the right person here.
This is not good.
I'm guessing she's got a crazy ritual
Yeah.
knife because she's,
Well,
you know.
I'm going to anyway. Yeah, she has you take the sword, and it is, or you take it's like a short sword, but like long and thin, and it is made of black steel.
All
Fancy.
right. Well, I will leave her where she can be scooped up, and I'm Misty stepping the fuck out.
Right. And this sticky net lands all over her, and then shoop, the winch goes off, and she's like yanked off the ground and zipped up to the deck of the ship. As you complete the swoop and head back up into the clouds. And I will finish up. And so you guys can go and rendezvous with Tromlin a little ways, or up out in the hills a ways away. Tromlin, as you are heading out through the mists back towards the rendezvous spot that you have chosen, a mushroomoid creature steps out of the shadows.
Mm-hmm. What am I getting?
And, yep. And it bows its little cap head and speaks to you in Sylvan, again in that sort of mostly emoting and not really words kind of way.
Yeah.
Where it basically indicates to you that Pucklezog will meet with you again tonight at the same glade if you wish to continue your discussion.
If he can get me there, I'll happily be there.
And well, you know where basically where it was. You were led away from there by the will-o'-the-wisp, but like you know the way that you were led.
Very well.
And then he reaches out and hands you a little kind of old leathern sack.
A sack?
As a gift, yeah, a little sack.
Oh, thank you.
And bows its cap head and then disappears back into the mist.
I look in the sack nervously.
It's full of beans.
Full of beans.
Are they
Almost
magic
gift.
beans?
If you may have to detect some magic on them or something at some point.
I will do that next session.
But
then.
you have a sack of beans. And the group is able to rendezvous with you. You guys have Shaylin Tark now as a prisoner. And that is where we're going to wrap up.
Glue
Yay!
doesn't
Cool.
come off. She's covered in glue. It's very hard to remove.
Glorpa's going to have to do some potion experimenting to come up with some glue dissolvers.
Ask if it
Roll
was
for
water
glue
dissolvent.
removal.
I mean, on the plus side, we don't have to like tie her up or anything. She's just stuck.
Yep. She's stuck
Every,
to the
every,
deck.
every
Like the
part of
net,
her is stuck to every other part of her.
yeah, the net is around her and she's on deck, but you can't lift, like she's stuck to the deck.
Tromlin
And-
feels legitimately guilty for leading her on that bad.
Well, she should feel guilty for trying to take over the world.
I mean,
I mean,
fair.
she is a murderer. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
in the scheme of things, I have been the
So-
lesser crime.
You did
Yeah.
decide like not too long ago that you would probably need to kill her. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure how bad you feel, but in any case, yeah, Tan will end things by Tan will offer to give you a lift to where you headed. I'll drop you off, and we'll sort of wrap it up there.
Cool.
Okay.
Yay,
Okay.
thank you.
Ah, thanks for
So-
joining
You
us,
have that
Malky.
board she's stuck to. You can take it with you. She's not coming off. You have to saw it off the ship.
We'll
and
get
just
you a
take the
new
whole
one.
Board.
I'll get you a new board.
Thank you.
So let's all thank our special guest,
Yay!
Yay.
David.
What a
Awesome
great
stuff.
first time.
Yes, thank you
was-
very much. Lovely.
And yeah, I don't even think the audience is aware this was Dave's first shot at D&D.
Oddly
So-
enough, it was. But now I'm an old hand at it.
Yep.
No.
I understood
Indeed.
everything that happened.
I mean, you did combat, you did roleplay. That's the full D&D experience.
Yeah, you got the whole
Character.
D&D experience.
Oh yeah.
Cast some spells.
Didn't
You're
Got
discuss
some
weird.
anything.
additional a sack of beans, as you know.
Got a sack of beans.
If
I
that's-
was led to believe that there'd be a lot of detecting traps. I didn't do any of that.
We did not go into an actual dungeon this time. No.
We
Yeah,
we
you're
were
kind of-
You can detect traps on the bean just before we end the game. on the bag of beans.
Let's try
Quick,
it. Aim fine.
check
beans.
the traps.
Beans are a trap.
No traps here. I can reveal that the results of the two polls were the nature of Glorpa's vision
Oh.
and the nature of the item given by the Fae to Tromlin.
Ooh.
I like it.
Ooh.
So,
They are magic
uh,
beans.
and I think we're caught up on that. I think I told people what the polls from last time were. Yeah, so before we wrap up, as usual, we'll go around and have our shout outs. If anybody has any current stuff that they want to plug, this is a good time. Our guest can go first.
Sure. Well, my comic Wondermark, if you haven't read that, is at wondermark.com. But I also have a new game. It's called TBH, which is in production right now. Pre-order is still available at cut.com/TBH, and those are going to be shipping out probably the next couple weeks to people. So fun little storytelling game, not nearly as complicated as we just did, but equally as fun. So I recommend that if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, Alina and I got to try it in the testing
Yeah, it was real
phases,
fun.
and it was a lot of fun. Anybody else?
I mean, I have a very big project going on right now that I don't know needs a shout out, but I should definitely talk
Oh,
about.
yeah.
There's a Kickstarter right now going on called Cautionary Fables and Fairy Tales North America, which I am a co-editor on with Kel McDonald and Kate Ashwin. It is going gangbusters on Kickstarter currently, so go check it out. It is all about indigenous legends from North America, and it's all indigenous creators inside. The art is glorious. It's going to be really cool.
It's looking pretty awesome, and the Kickstarter's doing amazing.
Heck yeah.
I am going to drop some links here. I've just dropped a link in the chat to check out TBH for anyone who might be interested in pre-ordering that. And I'm going to do the same for Alina's Kickstarter.
Sweet.
And does if anybody else have anything else they want to shout out?
Get your fucking vaccine.
Yeah.
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 It's almost time for one more thing. Dougie hug. I'm saying that for Randy's benefit.
Oh god damn it! I know exactly what you're talking about, my god.
Dun, 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 dun. I heard that.
I hear that at 2 in the morning sometimes out of the darkness. My child will sneak in my room and whisper Dougie hug at me, and it just.
Danielle, Peter, anything you want to plug?
No.
My new book comes out on Tuesday. It's called
yeah.
The House of Untold Stories. It's got 50 micro stories. It's from Andrews McNeil, which is a publisher I've always wanted to work with, and I'm pretty jazzed about it. And you can find it at rockpapercynic.com/untold. Redirects to the buy link.
Excellent. I'm going to put that link up as well.
Sweet.
rockpapercynic.com/
Untold.
News.
Awesome.
All right.
And I've got our list of subscribers if we want to roll for that before
Yeah.
we log off here.
It is time to figure out who gets the next sketch card.
So we got
Oh, I just remembered.
15?
Before we do that, we should announce about the Discord. Did you send out the Discord
oh, yeah.
tweet?
No, I did not. We
I
are
kinda
opening
thought
up
you
the
forgot
Discord.
about it.
Yeah.
So we have opened up the Discord. There is a special area only for subscribers, but the rest of it is open to anyone who wants to join and check out the fan art that gets posted and talk
Post some
to
dumb D&D memes.
yeah, and talk to other people who are into the show. Do you have the Discord link?
I can grab that here.
If so, we can drop it in the chat.
Yep.
And we'll probably tweet that out as well so people can see it who aren't currently with us and are watching this later on the YouTubes. And what are we up to for subscribers to roll on?
We have a 14 right now.
You need to roll a d20 then and ignore anything higher than a 14. Number 4.
Number 4. 1, 2. Number 4 is Gophersaurus. Yay, Gopher!
Excellent.
Our
Great
very
name.
first subscriber.
Yeah.
Excellent. Gophersaurus, you are going to be getting
Yay.
the next sketch card from our talented artists.
And here is a link to the Discord.
Excellent. Okay, there. Anybody in the chat right now you want to join the Discord? There's the link. Feel free to click on it and get on in there. And I've just been informed by my Shadow DM that the Shadow DM intends to be posting behind-the-scenes stuff in the Discord, and I shall do the
Ooh.
same.
In the no players allowed
Oh.
area, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it depends.
For no spoilers.
If it's stuff that is spoiler free, then it can just be posted generally.
Cool.
So one more time, thanks for our wonderful guest star. That
Yay!
was quite memorable. And we will see all y'all in 2 weeks for our next game.
Hooray!
Hooray!
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for joining
See you
us.
later.
Bye.